Good afternoon, everybody. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Hang on a moment here. I gotta turn down the volume here.
Ships.
We're here with live inauguration coverage. Let me just turn down the volume here. As usual, there's a little bit of a technical thing I need to fix. Okay, there we go. Capitol Rotunda. What's going on, everybody? We are here to bring you live coverage of the inauguration. We are looking at the Capitol Rotunda, and we're going to cover not just the inauguration, but the Trump executive orders. Thank you for being here. And thanks to our moderators, Carms, Ruth Krafasi, Roberts Mayqueen, RJ, Beth Mythical, all of our other YouTube moderators, Linda Belk and Larry. On X. Oops, you know what I gotta do? Hang on a second here. Give me one moment here. Over on Twitch, our moderators right now, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, McBritches, Surly Dev, thank you. And our Facebook moderators, hang on. Just fixing a technical thing here. Appreciate you being here. Let's see. I have some other footage. I gotta check and see what other footage I have for you guys too. If you give me a moment, I'll check on that. Why is this thing not working? Okay. Welcome, everybody. We are live. This is the Capitol Rotunda. Biden and Trump are riding to the Capitol right now. CNN says they're riding in the same limo. And I'm just getting, I have to get a bunch of stuff set up here, so give me a moment. That's good, that's good, that's good. There's one thing which is driving me crazy that's not working, which I used to control the volume of the audio. So give me a second and let me see if I can fix that, because that's a big deal. And for whatever reason, it's acting weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, the acting dean of the diplomatic corps.
Nope, it's still not working. All right. Well, I'll have to try to fix that. Sorry, I was just there's one thing that's not working the way I want it to, and it makes a difference during the broad. It just makes things easier for me. So I was trying to fix that before we get into the coverage, and for whatever reason here, it's just not working. Also, it looks like they muted the audio. Why are we not hearing audio from there? Are we here? And where are we hearing it from? It's like the audio is from a different scene. Oh, all right, they switched to this. Okay, there you go. Hey guys, look. We got the video of the, I think this is Biden and Trump arriving. There you go. We got a new shot. So we'll watch this for a second. Hey, thanks to Joe and Stevie Augie 1992 and Joner Games and Anonymity. Thank you. Look at this. Hold on a second. There he is. There is Trump. And Biden. Trump and Biden in the House.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Everybody. Good morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well,
Elon Musk and I believe isn't that Sundar? I'm gonna pronounce it wrong. Isn't that Sundar Pichai of Google? That was the CEO of Google. Meanwhile, I'm trying to fix this volume.
Any comments, sir?
JD Vance.
Nope.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
Where? Where are they? People are clapping. People are clapping. There's the cabinet. Pete Hegseth, well, the cabinet nominees. Doug Burgum, Pam Bondi. We just saw Howard Lutnick was there, Kristi Noem. Kash Patel. I think we just saw Lee Zeldin. Hey, it's Vivek. Vivek is there, even though he's not in the cabinet. Tulsi Gabbard. Where is RFK Jr.? I didn't see him there. Did I miss him? I missed him. I missed RFK Jr. There he is right there. He's there. There you can see him. My volume thing is just not working. Why is this not working? I'm just trying to fix something here, so don't mind me. It's Mike Pence. Former Vice President Pence is there.
Just trying to catch her eye.
Here's Elon, and Sundar Pichai of Google, and RFK Jr., and Jeff Bezos. It's Jeff Bezos. They're all there, and Lauren Sanchez. I can't remember if that's like his wife or fiance or girlfriend. And Mark Zuckerberg, and Mark Zuckerberg is there. They're all there. Quite a scene. We are bringing you live coverage. Hey, I see. Hold on a second here. Let me read some comments from you. I see Marco Rubio over there. Thank you for joining us for our coverage. Thanks to all of our viewers. We're going to be covering the inauguration and also the executive orders. There's some news that came out about the executive orders, what they're going to be, but I don't want to get too into that right now because it'll step on the inauguration. So we'll watch this right now, hang out, and then we'll talk about the other stuff after. Thank you to Managing the Motherlode and Weasel Man and Insider Geo. Thank you, Insider Geo. And let's see here. Oh, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Dana White is there too. Thanks to the Silver Sergeant. Adventurer says Bill still looks good. Thanks to the Silver Sergeant for the gift memberships. Former President Bush and his wife, Laura Bush. I think I remember that correctly. I forget things. Stupid details. Well, it's not stupid, but I forget things. Yeah, that is Laura Bush. So did I question myself? President Obama is there. Michelle Obama is not attending today.
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee Co-Chair, Mr. Steve Lookner.
Michelle chose to not attend. She chose not to attend. That was her choice today. She also did not attend the Carter State funeral, where, I mean, maybe it's a Trump thing. Thank you to Tommy Stiggs Social Club. Thank you. And also Martin Gingrich. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. And Robin, thank you. I think I see Kristi Noem and Vivek and Dana White. Oh, one of the viewers mentioned that Tim Cook is there. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'll have to look for Tim Cook. Yes, we have just seen, we already saw former presidents Bush, Clinton, and Obama. Sort of crazy to see all these people in the same place.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats.
Take your seats. Lara Trump, take your seats, everyone. Take your seats. It's Mark Zuckerberg. Look, it's Mark Zuckerberg and Bezos and Sundar Pichai. From Google. And Pam Bondi. And Pete Hegseth, who I think is on the phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
And Lee Zeldin. I think I'm seeing Elise Stefanik and Vivek and Kristi Noem. Up, the Supreme Court. Supreme Court justices. Check it out. It's the Supreme Court justices. So many luminaries at this event. Thank you to Dominus Vobiscum. Dominus Vobiscum, thank you. And Anthony Ciaccio. Thank you, Anthony. And also, hang on a second here. Thank you to Space Chick 7 and Giblutz Fooderton. And also Jeremy for the gift memberships. And Anthony Ciaccio for the gift membership. What is missing here? Something is missing. Thanks also to Barker J. Roar over there on Twitch. Yup and yup and yup, yup and yup. More cowbell. Enlightening fart. Oops, a little loud. Thanks Maniac on Twitch. Qbat. Qbat and Good Luck Duck. Don Jr. coming in. Eric Trump. Tiffany Trump. Somebody said, where is Ivanka? Is Ivanka there? I think she is there with Jared, isn't she? I thought I saw her earlier, but maybe I'm wrong. Thanks also to Maria Madrigal. She says it looks like a modern Renaissance painting. Also, Corn Pop. Thank you, Corn Pop. Corn Pop 82. Oh, did I miss her? Oh, yes, she is there. I'm sorry. Yes, she is there. I just saw her in the green, as people said. Ivanka, that is. Now, why did they switch this? Hold on a second. All right. I don't know why they switched that shot. They're going to go back. I think, where is this? Hang on a second here. They did a brief switch to there. Why did they switch to there? They're switching around a little bit to show you. I think what they're doing is it's Reuters, and they're just showing you on this feed what it's like. That's people at the Capital One Arena who are watching live the inauguration ceremony. So they'll switch back. I have to wait for them to switch back. But believe me, they will switch back. I don't know why they bothered switching, though, to be honest. But again, that is Capital One Arena, where all those people are sitting. The probably people who would have been outside, but they're not outside now. Yeah, so again, I don't have control if they switch the shot, but they will switch back to the... I can't play that song. That's not public domain. But they'll switch back to the Capitol Rotunda. I have to just turn off the audio while they're showing that. Oh, they're panning around. Oh, is this guy talking? Let's see. Is he saying anything? tell you in a second. Now, I think they turned off the audio on that shot, it sounds like. Well, hopefully they switch back in a second. I'm sure they will. I just I can't do it myself. So will they have people...
Hey, 1, 2, check. Hey, 2. Hey, 1, 2, mic check. Hey,
Mic check.
check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check. 1, 2. Microphone check. Falcon check. Hey. Check. Hey.
Oh, we're back. See, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too long a shot. There's Jared Kushner right there. And Jeff Bezos, look at it. It's Jeff Bezos from Amazon and Sundar Pichai from Google and Elon Musk from X and SpaceX and Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook.
Ladies and gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Wow, Dan Quayle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
After the ceremony, we will have coverage of Trump's executive orders. Executive orders expected to start coming soon after he's sworn in, so we'll be covering that. Trump is expected to sign dozens of executive orders today. A number of them are also expected to be challenged in court. So keep that in mind when you hear about the executive orders today. Just because he makes an executive order does not mean it goes into effect, or it will go into effect, because it could get challenged in court. President Biden issued some preemptive pardons this morning, which I think a bunch of you probably heard about. Mark Milley, Anthony Fauci, members of the January 6th committee, all of them received preemptive pardons. We'll talk about that after the ceremony. Some of our viewers are saying, is Joe Rogan there? I do not know if Joe Rogan is there. I haven't personally seen him. But maybe he's there. Kathy says Joe is there. Some people may have seen him. I have not, but yes, a number of our viewers are saying Joe is there. A number of our viewers are saying he's there. I have not seen him, but I've been doing multiple things here, dealing with the broadcast, dealing with some technical things. Yes, so a number of our viewers say they have seen him. Oh, he was just on the screen. I was reading the chat, so I might have. It sounds like I might have just missed him while I was reading the chat. Yes, Dana White is there. It really is something seeing all these people in the same place. All right, guys, here we go. Melania Trump making her way in.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing "O America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
Can can hear you calling me. You are calling me to be true to thee, true to thee. I will be. Oh, America, no weeping. Let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be
The President and First Lady for a short time more. Not First Lady. The President and Vice President. I'm sorry, the First Lady's already there. The President and Vice President for a short time more. There's the First Lady right there. You know what I was... So technically speaking, this might be a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So the official transition is when, and there's J.D. Vance. The official transition is, when is it? When Trump takes the oath? Is that it? Is that when he's officially president? The second the oath ends? I guess that would be it. So President Biden is still president. Kamala Harris is still vice president. People are saying yes. So it's his last minutes, their last minutes of being in office. Our viewers are saying it's that very second. Chuck Schumer and Steve Scalise, Speaker Johnson.
The Honorable
I think that was
Jackie
Amy
Barber,
Klobuchar.
the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
Here's Trump. Hey guys, CBS News says under the 20th Amendment,
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
guys, the 20th Amendment to the Constitution, I did not realize this. Hold on. The 20th Amendment to the Constitution says the president takes power and vice president at noon.
Of the United States, the
Here's
Honorable
Trump.
Joseph R. Biden
Oh,
Jr.
Biden. No, it's
and
Biden.
Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Davy Harris.
That is what happens. It is the official transfer of power is at noon by the Constitution.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Again, I just want to repeat that because I think it's really interesting. The 20th Amendment to the Constitution says the terms of the President and Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January. So that is the official transfer of power, noon, 20 minutes from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Biden has pardoned family members.
The Honorable Charles E. Schumer, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee.
Biden commuted the life sentence imposed on Leonard Peltier.
Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Biden has pardoned a number of family members, and Biden has commuted the sentence of Leonard Peltier.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Again, really quick.
Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
All right, I'll talk after she talks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Are we doing this? Is it happening? Is it happening? Will they play it? She could always sing it a cappella. Maybe she'll sing it a cappella. It's literally the first thing after the speech. Let the theories begin on whether this was sabotage.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful
there you go, a cappella.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors that sang us the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
All right, I have some, as we watch people leave, there is now former President Biden leaving. I want to mention some updates that have happened during the ceremony, some news that has happened. So a few things to mention here. One, in case you didn't hear, when he was president still, Biden issued preemptive pardons for his family members, including his 3 siblings and their 2 spouses. So Biden issued, hang on a second, it's a little loud. Biden issued preemptive pardons to his brother James Biden, his brother James Biden's wife Sarah Jones Biden, his sister Valerie Biden Owens, his sister's husband John T. Owens, and his youngest brother Francis W. Biden. I will read you He doesn't believe any of them have committed crimes, but I will read you after this the Biden announcement about this. Biden also, what was it? Hold on, I want to pull the announcement up here. I believe is that he commuted the sentence of Leonard Peltier. Let me pull it up here. Yes, he commuted the sentence of Leonard Peltier. There is now President Trump again. And also a couple of other things I wanted to mention. Pete Muntean of CNN reports that the head of the TSA has been fired by the Trump administration. The head of the Transportation Security Administration, David Pekoski, has been fired by the Trump administration. That is according to Pete Muntean. B&O News reported, based on a White House email, that the U.S., this is not a surprise, will once again withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. So we're going to cover the executive orders that are expected to be signed soon. By the way, thank you to Bebop and Rocksteady and for your support. Martin Gingrich, thank you. Jojo777, JLD, Sage Lake. Let me just say a few thank yous here. JTAC, Southern Gal, Dinesh Kumar, Rule, Sherry, W. Baraki, Clay Turner, Justin Josties, thank you. PZ Papazulu, Randy Everett, NJ Prepper, Blissy, Priceman, Mama 4, 57 Rose, Seth Thompson, Truth Sleuth, Joe Mitchell Black, thank you. Leon Yoder. A couple more here. Space Chick 7, Anthony Ciaccio, Corn Pop, Jeremy, Ermi T, thank you for the gift memberships. Also, thanks to our supporters on Twitch. Who Shot JR, thank you. Oxytropus, Cat Beef, Jcon, Barker J. Roar. We're going to bring you the latest updates on the executive orders coming up. Thank you also, My Life Unscripted, for the gift memberships. Also, Russell Betts as well. Thank you, Russell. And shout out to all of our moderators. We have Beth Mythical and Sabrina moderating on YouTube. And we have all of our other YouTube moderators. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thanks for moderating. Over on Twitch, thanks to our moderators over there. A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire. Give me a second here. McBritches, Surly Dev. And over on Facebook, thanks so much to our moderators there. McBritches. Charlotte Webb, thank you. Margaret Riley. Ronald Egnor, all of our other Facebook moderators. And thank you to Mike K212 and Tanias Busy, thank you. And Adventurer and Jacqueline Cote, thank you. Hang on a moment here. And thank you, Shaf, as well. All right. While you are watching people exit the ceremony, I'm going to be checking for updates. I think I'm going to maybe read you what former President Biden said when he pardoned his family members. But I have a feeling we're about to get some new updates here. Thank you, Sneezing Eagle and Pale Rider 747. Okay, here is what Biden said about the, oh, hold on. Let me turn it down here. We got outdoor view. We have an outdoor view. Oh, thank you to Brad Boda. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. All right, I'm going to read you right now. I'm going to read you the Biden announcement about the pardons of his family. Hey, thanks so much to Sharon Petlover. Thank you, Sharon. Here is what Biden said about the pardons for his family members. Hang on, it's still a little loud. Thank you, Kiki Fries, as well. Okay, former President Biden, when he announced the pardons for his family members, and thank you to John DFW. Thank you, John. Former President Biden said, "My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats motivated solely by a desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics. Unfortunately, I have no reason to believe these attacks will end. I believe in the rule of law, and I am optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over policies," said Biden. "But baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their families. Even when individuals have done nothing wrong and will ultimately be exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage their reputations and finances. That is why," Biden said, "I am exercising my power under the Constitution to pardon James B. Biden, Sarah Jones Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, John T. Owens, and Francis W. Biden, his three siblings and two of their spouses. The issuance of these pardons," he says, "the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense." So that was the Biden statement about the pardons of his family members. I'm going to read you another statement about his other pardons. But hey, are we seeing Biden go to the helicopter now? Is this what we're seeing? Thank you, margin call. Hey, I appreciate that margin call. Thanks. Very nice of you. Is Biden leaving in the helicopter? Knobster says, "Final ride." Thank you, John, for your support. You see right now, Trump is there, Biden is there. Thank you, Jacqueline Cote, for being a new member. There is former Vice President Harris and her husband as they get into a car. So they're going away. So J.D. Vance and his wife watching as former Vice President Harris and her husband leave the event. Biden is going to Joint Base Andrews. Hold on a second here. And Trump is walking Biden over to, the Trumps are walking the Bidens to the helicopter. Thanks, by the way, to Jeff Bodette for your support. I really appreciate it, Jeff Bodette. All right. Isn't it? So people were saying Marine One, but Marine One is the call sign of any aircraft, Marine Corps aircraft carrying the President of the United States. Wouldn't this not be Marine One because it's no longer carrying the President? I don't know. That was what Wikipedia said about Marine One. There, we just saw Biden get on the helicopter. I don't know what it's called now, the helicopter. And Trump and Vance and their spouses will see off former President Biden and his wife. Thank you, BS Show, for your support. The BS Show. And Blue Chainsaw Man. Executive One, some people are saying, like Blue Chainsaw Man. Is that what it's called? Wikipedia says it's Executive One is the call sign designated for any U.S. civil aircraft when the President of the U.S. is on board. So that wouldn't be this, because this is not a civil aircraft and the President is not on board. According to a Wikipedia definition of Executive One, this would not be Executive One. Gravin Voss says former Marine One. Thank you, True CA Girl, for your support. I am seeing reported that the Trump administration has shut down the border app CBP1, which they said they were going to do. We watch the helicopter take off. Hang on a moment. I'm trying to watch and at the same time get the latest updates. The CBP1 app says the functionalities of CBP1 that previously allowed undocumented aliens to submit advance information and schedule appointments at 8 southwest border points of entry is no longer available, and existing appointments have been canceled. There it goes. There go the Bidens. Live shot of the helicopter.
Not bad, huh?
Let's see what next. So I believe Trump is supposed to go to the White House and sign some executive orders now. Dan Lamothe, hang on, I gotta turn this down for a second. Dan Lamothe, who is with Washington Post, says defense officials tell me that preliminary planning has thousands of active duty troops potentially deploying to the southern border, but it's all very much waiting for specificity from the incoming Trump administration that is yet to come. Trump said he was going to send troops to the southern border, but we don't know the specifics. Is this... I don't know exactly what we're looking... Hold on, I'll try to tell you exactly what we're looking at now. This is... I don't know what people are doing here. It looks like they're waiting. Are they waiting for Trump? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, is this where he's going to sign executive orders? Signing ceremony. Oh, some of our viewers say he's going to sign executive orders here. Okay. Maybe it is. Maybe that's what he's going to do. I don't know. Hang on a minute. Yes, this is the statue. Wait, no, that's not what that is. Let's see here. There's a luncheon that's going to happen, by the way, in Statuary Hall. That is going to happen. Okay, so I don't know. Oh, hold on, Speaker Johnson is speaking. This is the Capitol.
President Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the president just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, Practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter. Probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But You needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. Look at all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you.
You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. Governor Abbott, He's a great man, great leader, and but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe. The one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around. And we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better. And I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching, you know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving, we were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom. And the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, that was the second speech from President Trump today. A quick thank you to Bebop and Rocksteady, Danny, Lori S., Hannah Harkonnen, Adventurer, Jesus UCSB, Surfing on Static, Weaselman, Irwing Martinez, Benny Verhaven, Casey Steve. Casey gave a bunch of people gift memberships. OK Go, thanks for the gift memberships. NJ Prepper, thank you. JRT, Blue Chainsaw Man, True CA Girl, thank you. And there's supposed to be like a luncheon now. Trump is supposed to sign some executive orders at some point, but I don't know if he's going to go eat lunch now. There's like a luncheon there, from what I read. So I'm not sure. So we'll see what happens where he goes next. We'll see where he goes next. Maybe he's not going to be at the luncheon. Yeah, I mean, the New York Times said that Trump and Vance are going to be with congressional leaders and Supreme Court justices and others at a fancy luncheon. Thank you, Irwing Martinez, who says, why was the First Lady left all alone? You mean when she was sitting there? Thank you, Irwing Martinez. I appreciate that. Yeah, and just a reminder about the executive orders. So Trump is expected to issue a bunch of executive orders today, but some of them are expected to be executive orders that he issues and then they're challenged in court. And, for example, there's reporting that he's going to say that he's going to issue an executive order that supposedly gets rid of birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship is in the Constitution. So now I believe they might try to propose some different interpretation of the Constitution, but just because he issues an executive order saying this happens, doesn't mean it actually happens. So there are likely to be legal challenges to a bunch of the executive orders. So just keep that in mind. There's what the executive order says, and then then the question of whether it's legal, depending on what other laws there are. David Mann says, I thought this was agenda-free. You know, thanks for asking that. I probably should clarify for probably a bunch of new viewers today. So to have an agenda is having like a bias. It's to just side one way or the other, really no matter what the facts are. It's to approach an issue knowing already what side of the issue you're going to be on. So that's like having a bias. Saying something like a bunch of Trump's orders are going to be legally challenged, that's just a fact. So that's not, that would be an example of not having an agenda. Or, well, that's just an example what has nothing to do with having an agenda. It's just a statement of fact about something that's expected to happen today. So just to be clear, because I know sometimes people have different definitions of the word agenda, but under the correct definition, the definition where it's a bias, there's no agenda in just pointing out that Trump is expected to issue a bunch of executive orders, and number of them are expected to be challenged in court, and a number of them are expected to ultimately not be implemented because they are not legal. That's not having an agenda. That's just a statement of a fact. But thank you for bringing that up so I could clarify for the new viewers. Oh, now this is the luncheon. I mentioned the luncheon in Statuary Hall. Look, we have a luncheon. I think Trump is going to be there. Are we going to watch them all eat? Mark Zuckerberg is at the lunch. Hey guys, we have a live luncheon shop. Lots of, there's Pam Bondi, there's Bernie Sanders. We got lots of famous people and dignitaries at the luncheon. It's a live luncheon shop. I did not know we'd have this. Is that, hold on. There's Elena Kagan, Supreme Court Justice. We're seeing all kinds of people here. Hey, thank you to Caitlin Hill. I appreciate it. Caitlin Hill, thank you. And also thank you to Neil Johnson. And also Josh Glasner. Hey, thank you, Misha. Good to see you, Misha. Thanks so much, Misha. We got Barron Trump. Thank you, Marvo Marvison. Look at this luncheon. Clarence Thomas is talking to Ivanka Trump. I see Zuckerberg on the left. Wow, this is an exclusive ticket, this luncheon. Justice Barrett there. I see Tim Cook, the Apple head, back there. Oh my gosh. Is that Susie Wiles? Susie Wiles? Trump's chief of staff, Mitch McConnell? Oh my gosh, guys. There's a lot going on here. Senator Gillibrand just walked by from New York. Was that Chuck Grassley? I don't know. One of our viewers said Biden didn't stay for lunch. I don't know if that was... my guess is that it would not be I don't even know if he was invited, but my guess is that that would not be the normal protocol. RFK Jr. I don't know when his hearing is going to be. We'll cover his confirmation hearing. I did not know we'd have this video. Every person I see, I feel like if I don't know who they are, I should know who they are. And I'm like, ugh, why don't I know who all those people are? It's like a celebrity event. Isn't that Lisa Murkowski? And of course Zuckerberg. Yeah, that was Lisa Murkowski before. Justice Alito. A lot of people from, I don't know if all of Congress is here. I think maybe congressional leaders. What is this luncheon? Maybe it's the congressional leadership? Okay, the U.S. Senate on their site has something about this. It's called the Inaugural Luncheon. The Inaugural Luncheon serves as Congress's formal welcome to the new president and vice president. There is a tradition of the Congress hosting a luncheon for the new leaders. The event has been held at Statuary Hall since 1981, and since 1985, a painting has been selected to serve as the backdrop for the head table. All right, so again, this is something they do every inauguration. It's the congressional, it's the Congress, it's the inaugural luncheon where Congress welcomes the president and vice president. So this is the, I don't know if all of Congress is there. That'd be a lot of people. Maybe they are. Luncheon hosted by Congress. That's what I'll change the headline to. Trump attends luncheon hosted by Congress. There you go. Hey, it's Pete Hegseth. Thank you, Simeon Peebler. Thank you so much, Simeon Peebler. And Bebop and Rocksteady and the Polish Drunk. Hey, is that Carrie? I'm an idiot. Is that Carrie Underwood? I feel like I can't really see her face, but isn't she wearing what Carrie Underwood was wearing? Is that Carrie Underwood? Looks like Carrie Underwood, right? Yes? No? Chat? It is. Okay. I was like, am I crazy? There it is. So she's there. I think she is married either to a professional athlete or somebody who used to be a professional athlete, but I might be wrong. Yes. Carrie Underwood is married to Mike Fisher, former professional hockey player. People in our chat know. They're saying, please be seated at the luncheon. Look at this. It's Carrie Underwood and Susan Collins and Ivanka and Tom Cotton and lots of other people. And Supreme Court justices and Kristi Noem. Are more people going to speak at the luncheon? Hey guys, hang on a moment. I have some breaking news to report. CNN is reporting that Trump will pardon non-violent January 6th defendants and commute the sentences of others. Okay? So CNN headline right now says Trump to pardon non-violent January 6 defendants, commute sentences of others convicted of more serious offenses. So, for example, Elena Treen of CNN just posted that a few minutes ago. I see it as a headline. CNN is reporting that Trump is going to pardon people convicted of non... Oh, here, signing ceremony right now. Signing ceremony.
Was it great? We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're strong. We might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
All right, this is officially nominating the cabinet and cabinet level appointments because they can only be officially nominated when he's present. So that's happening now.
Okay. The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
More nominations.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Nominations or appointments. I don't know if all of these have to be confirmed.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. Yeah, that's important.
That's important, isn't it?
Thank you. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
A proclamation that on all future inauguration days, flags will be flown at full
It
mast.
was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. All right, so maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics.
Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great.
Oh, well,
Nice to meet you.
they weren't.
Take that. All right. See you. Thank you.
I don't even know if those count as executive orders. I mean, they're orders by him, but
Very nice. Very nice. Beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as Noah comes. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But it was, I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reactions to the pardons that President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay.
Yeah, let's go do that.
Very much.
Okay.
Head to
well,
lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
I thought he might sign some of the policy orders, some of the major policy orders we're expecting, but that has not happened yet.
2017, sir, on day one. Plenty of time. Just getting started. A lot of good work to do.
That's the one that gave green.
Thank you.
That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll sign more orders later. I thought he might sign more then, but he's going to lunch. We have congressional leaders, some of the president's guests from the inauguration, President's family there. Supreme Court justices. Cabinet nominees. Jenny says, I wonder what's on the menu. I think you can find this. I think you can find what's on the menu. Hold on. I saw articles about it. Yes, Fox News says that it will be usually it's a 3-course meal with a seafood dish, a meat entree, and a dessert, probably with ice cream. That's what Fox News says. That's what it usually is. I guess it's not. Let's see. Trying to see if there's any other reporting about it. There's some reporting out there. I don't know if it's reliable though. Newsweek claims it's going to be Chesapeake crab cake, steak from Omaha, and a Minnesota apple icebox terrine with ice cream and caramel as a dessert. That is from Newsweek. Yeah, I actually found the exact menu. Elena Treen posted it from CNN. Again, the first course is Chesapeake crab cake. Second course is steak from Omaha, and the third course is a Minnesota apple icebox terrine with ice cream and caramel. There's more description there. I'll post a link to the menu so you guys can see it. Yes, as one of our viewers pointed out, all American products. So we have the Chesapeake crab cake with wine from Virginia, Omaha steak with wine from California, and Minnesota terrine with wine from California. Wow, we're watching them eat. Look, we're looking at Tim Cook from Apple eat lunch. It's Tim Cook from Apple, and he's eating lunch. Isn't he seated with... Is that Justice Alito? It looks like Alito, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Isn't it Tim Cook with at a table with Alito and Pam Bondi? And Don Jr. Tim Cook with Don Jr. Oh, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Tulsi was not happy with that. What happened? Why did they do that? Oh, Tulsi was not happy. Somebody speaking? Is somebody speaking or not? I'm confused. I'll see if I have any updates for you while they're eating lunch. While they're eating lunch. Again, CNN is reporting that Trump is going to pardon people convicted of non-violent offenses on for the January 6th attack, and he's going to commute sentences of others convicted of more serious offenses. A commutation is like it's some sort of reduction of a sentence. It reduces the sentence, but it does not forgive the crime.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise for the introduction of the official party.
Oh, hold on.
Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinschall Schumer, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise, and House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Clio, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
They're going to eat now. Look, they're eating lunch. We get to watch them eat lunch. I didn't know we would get to watch them. Oh, no, no, yeah! I thought we were going to get to watch them eat lunch. All right, maybe we don't. I mean, I guess I can see that. Because then it might be embarrassing shots of people eating food. You never know. You know what? They might cut back to it. Reuters has been cutting around, so they might cut back to it, I think. They should. Thanks to One Video Game Dude and Netgear32 in Colombo, by the way. Thank you. And Simeon Peebler. And Bebop and Rocksteady. Also, Fizzy Mint on Twitch and Monkey on Twitch. Thanks for your support. All right, so let's see. Let me see if there's any new reporting.
We're dark right now. We're in that lunch hour now.
Hang on one second here. We are going to be covering Trump's executive orders. Giuseppe says late lunch at 2:30 p.m. Yeah, they must be hungry. I'm a little hungry too.
All right. Supposedly have 30 minutes.
So, pardon versus conviction. A commutation doesn't get rid of the conviction, but it reduces the sentence. A pardon gets rid of the criminal conviction, as I understand it. It just does away with it, like it never happened. So CNN is reporting that Trump is going to pardon non-violent January 6th people who've been convicted of crimes for non-violent acts on January 6th. So their criminal record will just go away for that. But he's going to reduce the sentences of, maybe do away with the sentences of, people who committed other offenses on January 6th. So if that's true, anyone who's, well, I don't know, commutation can, reducing a sentence doesn't mean eliminating the sentence or reducing it till so it's over today, but maybe he will. So is he going to basically just say anybody who's in jail right now for January 6th can go free? Maybe so. I don't know. We'll see.
77
this is Howard
million
Luckner.
Americans voted for Donald Trump to make sure that it is always America first.
Hang on. This is some other event.
So I want to tell you some stories because no president, you know, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had.
Let me see if I can figure out what event this is.
His energy or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep state. We've all heard him
oh, this
say
is it. This is
now
at the
we all
Capitol.
know
This
it's
is at
true. And his
this is at
intuition is
Capitol
always right,
One
so he
Arena.
starts talking about bad
Guys, this is the event at Capitol One Arena where people could go to watch the convention, to watch the inauguration, and this is where the inaugural parade is going to be at Capitol One Arena. Okay, this is the arena there where the inaugural parade is going to be. Trump's going to go there after lunch.
We get in the motorcade, he gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start 8 a.m., he finishes midnight, gets on the stage midnight in Grand Rapids, Michigan, speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours, never takes a nap, and when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power. He is power. See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help Us fix America. So I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working and building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really is, it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick.
Hey, I want to take a second to talk about, because we haven't even really gotten a chance to talk about it. Let's take a second.
I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated.
Let's take a second to talk about the pardons. The pardons. Do we talk? Well, what am I thinking of? There's the pardons. There was something I was going to read you. Yes, the pardons from this morning. The preemptive pardons Biden issued this morning for Mark Milley and Dr. Fauci and the January 6th investigative committee. I want to just mention that because we hadn't really had a second to talk about that. And I want to tell you what former President Biden said about it. So he said, I have it right here. Thank you, Rodney Bilbrey, who thinks Melania was dressed like an assassin. Maybe he thinks that's good. I can't tell what Rodney's thoughts on it were. Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate it. So let me tell you what Biden said about the pardons early this morning. Well, about 7 a.m. He said, our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy. Yet, alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. Biden said, in certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecution, including General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the members and staff of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions, said Biden. General Milley, said Biden, served our nation for more than 40 years, serving in multiple command and leadership posts and deploying to some of the most dangerous parts of the world to protect and defend democracy. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he guided our armed forces through complex global security threats and strengthened our existing alliances while forging new ones. Biden then said, for more than a half a century, Dr. Fauci served our country. He saved countless lives by managing the government's response to pressing health crises, including HIV/AIDS, as well as the Ebola and Zika viruses. During his tenure as my chief medical advisor, said Biden, he helped the country tackle a once-in-a-century pandemic. The United States is safer and healthier because of him. Biden also said on January 6, 2021, American democracy was tested when a mob of insurrectionists attacked the Capitol in an attempt to overturn a free and fair election by force and violence. In light of the significance of that day, Congress established the Bipartisan Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, to investigate and report upon the facts, circumstances, and causes of the insurrection. The Select Committee fulfilled this mission with integrity and a commitment to discovering the truth. Rather than accept accountability, those who perpetrated the January 6th attack, said Biden, have taken every opportunity to undermine and intimidate those who participated in the Select Committee in an attempt to rewrite history, erase the stain of January 6th for partisan gain, and seek revenge, including by threatening criminal prosecution. Biden then went on to say, I believe in the rule of law, and I am optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over politics, but these are exceptional circumstances, and I cannot in good conscience do nothing. Baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their families. Even when individuals have done nothing wrong, and in fact have done nothing wrong, and in fact have done the right thing, and will ultimately be exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage reputations and finances. That is why Biden said this morning, I am exercising my authority under the Constitution to pardon General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony S. Fauci, and members of Congress and staff who served on the January 6th Select Committee, and the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the Select Committee. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. Our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to the country. So that was the statement of Biden when he issued his pardon for General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the members of Congress and staff who served on the January 6th committee, and Capitol and D.C. police officers who testified before the committee. It's hard to see. Is this Glenn Youngkin speaking, maybe? Maybe it's Glenn Youngkin. Hang on a moment here. You know, Jack Smith never got a pardon. I don't believe he was on the January 6th committee or staff. Does he count as staff? I don't believe so. Gamer Girl said, what about Jack Smith? I don't think Jack Smith got a pardon, which is interesting. I was wondering, would it be the case that maybe Biden would have asked Jack Smith if he wanted a pardon? And he said no? I don't know. Nor Garland, says Bernie C. Yeah, none for Merrick Garland. But I don't know if that was something that Biden would have done if they wanted it. Who knows what communications there were between people. Oh, I'm sorry. I still had the Lutnick. I had the Lutnick name up from, he spoke before. Yeah, no, unless there are other ones we don't know about. There was those, and then the ones I told you about earlier where Biden pardoned his 3 siblings and 2 of their spouses. I think maybe the third one isn't married, but 3 siblings and the 2 spouses of siblings. Also, he commuted the sentence of Leonard Peltier. I should tell you something about the Leonard Peltier thing. That's interesting. Hold on a second here. You can see real quick here, Biden commutes sentence for indigenous activist Leonard Peltier convicted in killing of FBI agents. He was serving life in prison for the killings during a standoff on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. He's an indigenous activist. I'd like to give you some background on Leonard Peltier. Peltier supporters, says AP, pushed Biden to act because Peltier is 80 and has health problems, including diabetes, high blood pressure, heart trouble, and more, according to his lawyers. Let me give you a little more background on Leonard Peltier. For some people, his cause has been a popular cause for years. Wikipedia says Leonard Peltier is a Native American activist and member of the American Indian Movement. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and the death of 2 FBI agents in a 1975 shooting on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Human rights watchdogs such as Amnesty International and political figures including Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, and the 14th Dalai Lama have campaigned for clemency for Peltier. I forget. I haven't read about that case in a while. Let me see if I can get you just a summary here. Cynthia Masters says, I'm totally good with that commutation. ChatGPT, I asked, said his case is controversial due to the allegations of misconduct in his trial, debates about his guilt, and the broader political and historical context surrounding it. Trav from the Loose says, Rage Against the Machine song Freedom was about Leonard Peltier. I think I remember the video for that song where it mentions him. Let's see here. The Washington Post says law enforcement officers, former FBI agents, their families, and prosecutors strongly opposed a pardon or any reduction in his sentence. I was trying to get you some background. Oh, is it Elon Musk? Hold on. Elon Musk is speaking. Let's listen to Elon Musk, guys. It's Elon Musk. Oh, hold on. When the music ends, you can listen to Elon. Hang on.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
All right, that was Elon Musk. This is at the Capitol One.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kash Patel.
Kash Patel. I have to kill the music, but Kash Patel, nominee for FBI director nominee. All right, hold on, I'll turn it on.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one. Our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
For those of you wondering about timing, Lisa Desjardins, who's a reporter I follow, said dessert has not yet been served at the luncheon.
Please welcome to the stage, Dan Scavino.
Dan Scavino. All right, we're going to talk for a second. Dan Scavino works for Trump. Let's talk for a second. So, again, dessert has not been served yet, so they still need to eat. They still need to eat dessert, so I assume they'll come over to the arena. Trump will come over after they finish eating. Yeah, somebody asked, are we going to have coverage of the parade? Yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to have footage. Hopefully there's not too much copyrighted music in the parade. We'll see how that goes. But I am planning on showing footage of the parade. This event you're watching is where the parade's going to be. This is at Capitol One Arena. They're having speakers before the event. And when will the executive orders be signed? Someone asked. Well, I assume it'll have to be after the parade, because I believe Trump is coming from the lunch to the parade. So after the parade, maybe? One of our viewers said Elon made a Roman salute. Yeah, at one point during his speech, he moved his arm in a way which I guess is similar. I don't know what exactly he meant to do, but which is similar to a Roman salute, which is a salute that also was used by the Nazi Party. Look, I mean, I have no evidence that he wanted to do that. I'm going to assume that he just did something and, wasn't doing it to do a Nazi salute. So, I mean, you can go find video of it online. We were showing him come out, but, I want to be careful about my description of what he did. I'm not, you can figure out how to interpret things, but, all I know is he did a gesture which was similar to a Roman salute, which was a salute that was also used by the Nazis. But I'm not going to sit here and say he intentionally did X, Y, or Z. So I don't know. But yeah, I've seen a bunch of discussion of this online about it. There's a lot of people talking online about it. One of our viewers mentioned it, so. I can't win. Now people are yelling at me in the chat because I don't assume something. So I'm supposed to just, I don't know I don't even know if he meant to do a salute. Maybe. I honestly don't know. How do I know? I don't know. Hold on a second here. Here's the rule for the internet. Say anything, and there will be people out there who want to attack you. There you go. That's what it is. So just get ready. No matter what you say, people yell at you. That is the internet. Welcome to the internet. We'll see who speaks. We'll see who speaks before coming up. The person talking is Dan Scavino, who has worked for the Trump White House and for Trump for a long time. I don't know what his current position is. I'd have to look it up. But I assume he's working in the Trump White House now or working for Trump now. He serves as Deputy Chief of Staff for the Trump administration, according to Wikipedia. He is Deputy Chief of Staff. All right. I'll turn a little of his audio on.
Question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window, garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is 1 in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Can't play the copyrighted music. Who will speak next? We'll have to see. No, Trump, as far as I'm aware, he has not signed any kind of major policy orders yet. He is supposed to today. I don't think he's really had time to. They did a one quick signing ceremony where he signed a few things really quick, but a lot of those were like nominating people to things. Who is speaking next? Dylan, we just talked about it for 5 minutes. Thank you, Dylan. Dylan Brahman, thank you, Dylan. Thank you also, Loaded Brotato, and Weaselman, and PZ Papazulu, and Joe Xzilla, and Nuclear Salmon, and NMCT, and Michael for Reals. Who is speaking next? We'll see. I'll post a link to a photo of the gesture from Elon Musk. I'm posting a link to it right now. Yes, the parade is going to be right. You're looking at where the parade is going to be. You're looking at Capital One Arena. That is where the parade is going to be, right there. That's it. I'm also checking for news updates whenever I get a chance. Yeah, they brought all of the Oh, did the link not post in YouTube? Sorry. No, I posted it. It's there. Sorry, now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, they moved everything inside because of the weather, because of the cold weather. Now I'm trying to find. I haven't confirmed that the lunch is the lunch done. Is the lunch over? The lunch wasn't hours ago. We were watching it. I was just, I mean, 5 minutes ago, a reporter posted that they hadn't served dessert yet. But when the lunch is over, they'll come over. I see people from other TV channels there. So this, again, this is the inauguration parade venue. You're looking at it. The inauguration parade venue. Capital One Arena. Oh, that's at the Capitol. What's going on here? People milling around? What's going on? Let's see. There's also the Capitol. That's not Capital One Arena, obviously. Let me change what it says up there. Give me one moment here. Maybe I can play this one. We have a second. All right, this is the moment from earlier. This is the moment from earlier that a lot of people are talking about when Elon Musk was speaking. This is earlier. So I'm going to play this again. Again, this was earlier. Here it is from when he was speaking.
For making it happen. Thank you. It happened. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the moment that people have been talking about. Again, I have no knowledge of his what he was thinking when he did it and why. I mean, maybe he was thinking nothing. Maybe he was just saluting the audience. Again, I don't know. So I'm not going to tell you what to think about it. No, he didn't do. What I just played you was I played the same thing twice, just to be clear. Here, let me show you the rest of the. You can see him. He does it to the back, some version of it to the back too, but just real quick. If you just to show you again. Is the sound working when I play this? Let's see. Hold on. Why is this? Oh, the sound. I had the sound off. Hold on.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We've played it. You guys can talk about it now. I'm done playing it.
Yep, we're sitting on a white side.
Oh, I actually have the shot from the arena. Hold on. I can show you. Let me do this. Hold on, I'll do this. Here's the arena. Nothing is really happening I mean, there's nobody speaking at the arena right now. As Scott Hare, our viewer, mentions, the pardons that Biden gave out are only for federal crimes. They do not cover any kind of state crime someone might be charged with. Fair enough. So we're waiting for the parade to start. Dwight Sornberger said Trump is on his way. CNN says soon Trump will head to the arena. Soon. Maybe I'll make this the big one here. So there is the arena. Oh, we don't need that audio on. I assume that the arena is playing music. Yeah, my assumption was right. I can't play the music. Oh, thanks so much to Bo F2. Bo F2. Bo thinks that Trump will sign executive orders at the arena. Maybe he will. Maybe he will sign executive orders at the arena. Interesting idea. Maybe he will. We're waiting and seeing. Hey, thanks to Becky Galatiotto. Thank you, Becky Galatiotto. I appreciate that. Also, hang on. Thanks to all of our moderators who have been here today. Really appreciate our moderators. Over there on YouTube, Janet B., Al Starr, Ruth Krafasi, Roberts May Queen. Thank you. And Linda Belk and Larry on X, on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Da Bears, David Green, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Oh, thanks, by the way, to, and thanks to all of our other Twitch moderators, too. Thanks to Val for the gift memberships. That's so kind of you, Val. Thanks for the gift memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Val. Also, big thanks to our Facebook moderators. I know Charlotte Webb has been over there. Thanks, Charlotte. Raven Riley, Margaret Riley, sorry, and all of our other moderators there. Thank you. Thanks, Robert Rial II and Jennifer Ellers for subscribing over there on Facebook, and Melissa Ayakubachi and Diane Allworth, and also Kay and Margaret. Thank you. Thanks, Running Kings, for subscribing on Twitch, and Fizzy Mint. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. Oops, what are we doing here? Why is this thing being weird? Hang on, I was looking at the Twitch page and it was acting weird. Give me one moment here. Okay, there we go. Give me one moment here. Thanks. Okay, doing one other thing here. Give me one moment here. Thanks. Okay, doing one other thing here. Give me one moment here. Thanks. Oh, where am I? Why am I hearing two things? What am I hearing? Oh, why am I hearing two? Oh, yeah, there's a weird, here, hold on. I know what was happening. Let's see here. What is going on? It's so strange. Thanks to Quieter for subscribing. Sketty Sandwich, McBritches over there on Twitch. Thank you. Squeaking Frog. Thanks. Night Owl. I want to shout out some of our subscribers on Twitch. Wall Street Shaggy, Theater Amy. Thank you. Unleashed Flute, Annalise. All of our other Twitch subscribers too. Thanks so much. That's what I wanted to do. So again, President Trump is supposedly going to get to the arena soon. Thank you to our member, Becky Jalatiotto, our new member. One of our viewers said, did Trump mention Bitcoin yet? I had seen something that, did he not mention crypto in his speech? One account I follow, was it investing.com? They had posted after the speech something like, Bitcoin falls after Trump doesn't mention crypto in his speech. Kitsachi said he didn't. Seeing some of the arena there. Oops, what happened here? Oh, let's talk, while we have a second here, we're waiting. Why don't we talk a little about what these executive orders are supposed to do? What is anticipated these executive orders will be about, some of them. We can talk about that. No question. Give me a moment. Hey, Scotty Scott. Good to see you, Scotty. Thanks for the gift membership, Scotty Scott. Hope you're having a good 2025. Scotty Scott. Let's talk about the executive orders. Hang on a moment. Oh, I have something about the pardons too. Okay, so the Washington Post says Trump plans to blanket pardons for January 6 defendants. President Trump is poised to pardon all nonviolent January 6 defendants and commute the sentences of most or all of those convicted of the most serious charges, according to people briefed on the plans. Those plans could change, though, before the pardons are announced. The Trump Justice Department would also dismiss about 300 cases that have not yet gone to trial, including people charged with violent assaults, according to the Washington Post. We'll see if that happens. Altogether, 1,270 people have been convicted so far in the Capitol riot investigation. More than 700 of 1,100 people sentenced so far have received no prison time or have completed their sentence and would receive a limited immediate impact from a Trump pardon. I guess their record of the criminal conviction would go away, though. All right. Also, Trump executive order will attempt to end birthright citizenship. The Washington Post has an article talking about some of Trump's border plans expected today. Give me one moment here. Now, as I said before, birthright citizenship is granted in the Constitution. The common legal, the widespread legal opinion is that birthright citizenship is granted in the Constitution, and therefore an executive order could not take it away. But I believe the executive order will argue for a different reading of the Constitution. So the Washington Post says the U.S. government will no longer recognize the citizenship of children born in the U.S. to immigrants who lack legal status. Or at least the executive order will say. One of 10 immigration-related executive orders Trump plans to sign today, the Washington Post is reporting. The official that told the Washington Post this did not provide details on how the administration planned to implement a change that scholars say would be illegal and quickly challenged in the courts. Trump's order would reinterpret the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which grants citizenship to all people born on U.S. soil, and the executive order would exclude babies born to parents illegally in the country. The changes would apply to future births. Trump also said during his speech today that he will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, a wartime power, to deploy the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eradicate foreign gangs and criminals from the country. The act has been deployed only 3 times during conflicts, most recently during World War II when U.S. officials forced 120,000 Japanese Americans and others to live in makeshift camps. I don't know how Trump exactly means he's going to invoke that law. What does that mean? What does that mean practically speaking? Trump will also issue other executive orders to ramp up deportations, restart border wall construction, and send U.S. troops to patrol the boundary with Mexico, according to the Washington Post. Asylum seekers who had already made appointments to come to the U.S. border this afternoon were blocked at international crossings after Trump officials halted use of the CBP-1 mobile app, which the Biden administration used as a scheduling tool. Hey, by the way, look what I have for you guys. It's the Luncheon. We have the Luncheon feedback. It's Trump and Melania. They're still there. Guys, they're still there.
Dessert. At this time, I'd like to invite Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana and Leader Hakeem Jeffrey of New York for the presentation of the flags to the President and the Vice President.
Mr. President, Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President, Madam Second Lady, what a wonderful occasion. We all come here to celebrate what is a great tradition in the United States, and that is the peaceful transfer of power. And when President Trump spoke over in the beautiful Rotunda, wonderful that it was indoors, Mr. President, because I don't think the crowd would have wanted to be in the 20s or below. But one of the things President Trump said that I thought was the most touching, he said, in America, the impossible is what we do best. And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room, this statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America, like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation, out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lenox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lenox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha, is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story, what an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
You know, one of our viewers mentioned this. I saw on a shot of the, while this was going on, I was looking at another shot of Capital One Arena. Oops, hold on a second. While this was going on, I was looking at a shot of Capitol One Arena where they're heading over to and where the parade is going to be. And there is, as our viewers said, a desk set up with the presidential seal. So I believe Trump is going to go to the Capitol One Arena where the parade's going to be. And one of the things he's going to do there is sign executive orders in front of those thousands and thousands of people there, I believe. So that's what it looked like. So I think they're heading over there right now. Thanks, by the way, to Uncle Lester Cam and Joe for your support, and Juello. We are bringing you live coverage. We'll look a little more at this. Interesting to see various people there. Oh, taking some pictures? Picture time. Taking pictures, look. American woman says tomorrow there will be hats sold everywhere. Will lots of people buy Melania's hat? That I don't know. It's Bezos, Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos just reached out to shake Trump's hand. Did you see that? Jeff Bezos went over to him to shake his hand. All right, we got coverage of them. They're leaving the lunch. A camera angle of them leaving the lunch. There's the speaker's office. J.D. Vance. It's Jeff Bezos. Hey guys, it's Jeff Bezos again. He's leaving the lunch. There's Bernie Sanders. Don Jr. Was that Kristi Noem right there? I think. Thank you, Juella. Thanks, Juella. Juella says, is the U.S. heading towards oligarchy? I think we did see Walt Nauta. One of our viewers was mentioning Walt Nauta, Trump's assistant. the valet and body man for Trump. Thank you also, Adventures in Crystal. Adventures with Crystal, who says, I want to be in the room where it happens. Thank you, Adventures with Crystal. I didn't see this. Integrity Farmer Bob says Bill Clinton shaking hands with Barron was somewhat surreal. I did not see that. All right. More people leaving. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, I think that is, right? All kinds of luminaries from Congress. Lisa, is that Lisa Murkowski?
We have to go down.
Justice Alito? Justice Gorsuch? Quite a luncheon. Quite a luncheon.
And then 1600 Pennsylvania.
Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy was there. Guys, it's Vivek Ramaswamy. Oh, did I miss Linda McMahon? Mark Zuckerberg? Tim Cook? And, hey, it's Apple's Tim Cook and Google's Sundar Pichai. They're talking to each other.
Village Hotel.
Mitch McConnell? I guess I missed Linda McMahon. Lots of luminaries at this. Hey, Pete Hegseth is there. Lots of luminaries at the luncheon. Hey, it's Mark Zuckerberg. It's Mark Zuckerberg. I think we just saw Senator Gary Peters. Mark Zuckerberg is waiting for someone. Who is Mark Zuckerberg waiting for? He's waiting to say hi. It's Pam Bondi. Who is... Oh, I don't know who he was waiting for.
CJS again. You too? I'm Jerry Moran. Hello there. Hello, Cynthia. Same spot.
Oh, this is an honors ceremony coming up.
Officers, just center. Just! Hold, ready, front. Officers, ready, front. Ceremony!
I believe Trump is supposed to be here, but I don't know that he's gotten there yet. Is this the pass in review? I'm at a website that a congressional website which says normally when the inauguration is outdoors, at the conclusion of the luncheon, the president and vice president make their way to the east front steps of the Capitol where they will review the military troops before leading a procession of ceremonial military regiments, citizens groups, marching bands, and floats. Yeah, so I think they're doing the review of military troops here. Normally it would be outside. And this is before the parade. Thanks, by the way, to Uncle Lester Cam and Adventures with Crystal. We are waiting, I believe, for Trump to get there. People were walking over after the luncheon.
Present. Present. Attention. Present. Art. Sir, this includes first honors.
Now soon the inaugural parade is coming up. And also I believe at the arena where the parade is, Trump is going to sign some executive orders, I think. So maybe he's heading over there now. One of our viewers just said this has to be an exhausting day. Yeah, long day for Trump and others participating. Yes, Trump is headed to the arena. Trump is heading to the arena.
Recharging your units. Right. Bang. Forward. 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 Right. Hands. Forward. Left. Hold. Down. Hold. Hands. Forward. Oh. Return. Hold. Hold. Stay. Forward. Ready. Down. Right.
Okay, Trump is headed to the Capitol One arena for the parade and I think executive order signings. Seems like maybe they're going to make a big presentation out of some of the executive orders. Do it in front of the crowd there. Thank you to Neil Fauci. To Neil Fauci. To Neil Johnson. Neil, it is not true. It is not true that when you accept a pardon, you are admitting guilt. Neil says the law says when you accept a pardon, you're admitting guilt. No. The pardon that Biden gave to Fauci and others today, he gave a bunch of preemptive pardons, where he said he didn't believe they did anything wrong, but he thinks they might get targeted by others in the future. So he was giving them a pardon basically to protect them from what Biden thought would be an unjustified criminal charges, possibly, or investigation. But there's no, if you get a pardon, there's no guilt involved in you getting a pardon. Now, when you say accept a pardon, I don't even know if it needs to be formally accepted. Is that a question about whether? By the way, I have something here. And Wikipedia says in 2021, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that acceptance of a pardon does not constitute a legal confession of guilt, recognizing the Supreme Court's earlier language as authoritative. Thank you, Neil Johnson. I thought I saw something about like a debate as to whether a pardon needed to be accepted. But I'm not sure. I've seen some different things. Again, I'm not a lawyer, and I haven't researched pardons. Yeah, I don't want to get into a detailed legal discussion, given that I'm not a lawyer, and that I did not prepare a briefing on pardons for everyone, and I did not do a detailed legal dive into pardons. But it wouldn't really make sense, given that the President of the United States can issue preemptive pardons. It wouldn't really make sense that you would need to admit guilt. Well, if in the sense of preemptive of like just, preemptive like for anything for involving things that the president wouldn't even know about. Because again, Biden, and I read you his statements today, he was very careful in saying that he didn't believe the people he was pardoning had committed a crime. So he wasn't pardoning them for some crime he thought they committed. He just thought they would be targeted in the future with an unfair prosecution or unwarranted prosecution or investigation. So if a president can give that kind of pardon, it doesn't really make sense that to accept it, you'd have to admit guilt. Because what are you admitting guilt to? For? But anyways, I'm not a lawyer, so it's an interesting topic. I'm glad Neil brought it up. I want to mention it for a second, but I'm not going to start getting into a detailed discussion when I have nothing prepared and I have no legal background. Thank you, Neil Johnson, though. I appreciate it. I have video from the arena. Hold on, let me put the video of the arena up. There's the arena, right there. Thank you to the Lucky Minute and Uncle Lester Cam. I really appreciate it. And Pixel Panda. Are they playing band music there? Are they playing, what kind of music are they playing in the arena? Hold on a second. Hang on. Pull this up. Well, I can play this. I can play this sound. There we go. We got some sound. Okay, guys, look, there's a desk. See, there's a desk there. There is a desk on the stage. Right there. That's why I think he's going to sign executive orders, because they literally have a desk on the stage. Thank you to Sushi Jezebel. One of our viewers said Fox said he would be signing orders there. Hang on a moment. Yes, there is a chair at the desk. There's a desk and a chair at the desk. Thank you to the Lucky Minute, by the way. Hang on a moment here. Some people mentioned this story coming out of Vermont about a Border Patrol agent. According to Allie Bradley of News Nation, there was a Border Patrol agent in Vermont who was conducting a traffic stop and was shot during the traffic stop and killed by a person who was in the country illegally. To be clear, that's a report from Allie Bradley of News Nation. I don't know that that's been confirmed by authorities yet. So, let's see, what is this? WCAX Vermont reports a border agent was shot in Newport, Vermont. And Newport, Vermont is, it's not, Newport, Vermont is looks like about maybe a few miles from the border. So I don't really know what the circumstances are of that. I'll keep an eye out to try to find out more. Thanks, by the way. Thank you to hang on a moment here. Thank you to Hal9001 and Patrick Davis. Patrick says he hopes Trump does an excellent job. Thanks also, Gene Crane. Thank you to all of our moderators who've been here today. I really appreciate all of our mods being here. Hold on.
To the Army's premier national musical outreach organization, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland. They are led by Commander and Conductor Lieutenant Colonel Domingo S. Robinson. The U.S. Army Field Band develops positive connections on behalf of the Army, the Department of Defense, and the United States through live music, multimedia performances, television productions, and emergent technologies. Traveling thousands of miles annually across our nation and around the world, and appearing regularly on major television and streaming events. The Field Band proudly honors our soldiers and veterans while strengthening ties with communities worldwide.
Yes, Trump is going to sign some executive orders at the arena, according to ABC News as well. Oops, there's a typo. There's a typo. Oh, he's going to speak too. CNN reports that Trump is going to speak at give remarks at Capitol One Arena too. So he's going to speak, sign executive orders, and attend the parade there. How about that? Let me just shout out our moderators while I have a second here. We have moderating right now. Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. Roberts May Queen and Havasu Mom and Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Thank you so much. And RJ as well. Thanks so much. Cynthia Moon too. Thanks, Cynthia. Linda Belk and Larry on X, on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn Hearsay, LB Prairie on Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, McBritches and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley. Thank you so much to our moderators. Thanks also Chaotic Chickens for your support on Twitch, and Namaxwe, thanks for your support on Twitch, and Big Dog Gaming, and Cubat. Thank you. And Running Kings and Fizzy Mint. Hang on a moment. Hey guys, I just have a report here. The White House is confirming Vivek Ramaswamy will not serve in the Department of Government Efficiency, the White House says. They're confirming that. That is from Michelle Price of AP. AP is reporting. AP is reporting Vivek Ramaswamy will not serve in the Department of Government Efficiency. There's reporting that he's going to run for governor of Ohio. There was some reporting saying that there had been some tension between him and others. I think in that department, there was a report that Jennifer Jacobs posted a day or two ago. What did Jennifer Jacobs said? She had reported, she's with CBS News. See if I can find you her report. Hang on a moment. So AP says Ramaswamy won't serve on Trump's Government Efficiency Commission as he mulls run for Ohio governor. So CBS News had a report about Ramaswamy, saying he's expected to depart the Department of Government Efficiency, which now has been confirmed he's not going to be working with them. CBS News reported yesterday that people close to Elon Musk have privately undercut Ramaswamy for weeks, frustrated with his lack of participation in the heavy lifting. According to sources familiar with the internal dynamics, there has been friction between the incoming rank-and-file DOJ staff and Ramaswamy, these sources said. So, I don't know if that's true, but AP reporting that he is no longer part of the Department of Government Efficiency, that President Trump selected him to lead alongside Elon Musk. By the way, an update on that Border Patrol agent who was shot and killed. Bill Malugin of Fox News says that DHS confirms that a Border Patrol agent in Vermont was shot and killed during a traffic stop near the northern border today. This was in Newport, Vermont. Bill says that There were 2 suspects in the car, one of whom is dead. And DHS says they cannot confirm at this point the legal status of the shooter. So I'll let you know when I hear more about that. Condolences to the family of the agent. That's terrible. We are waiting for Trump to get there. Is he in the house? Is he in the building? That I don't know. Oh, more songs. More songs. Oh, hang on a second here. Quick thank you to Constance Price for your support. Thank you, Constance. I don't know, if I can turn this down for a second. Hang on. I don't know, he's supposed to sign a bunch of executive orders today. Dozens and dozens. I think maybe at one point he said 200, but I'd heard maybe 100 or something. But I don't think he's going to sign all of them at the arena. But I'm guessing there might be some high-profile ones he signs there. Remember that just because he signs an executive order doesn't mean that what the executive order says is now in effect, because there could be executive orders that he signs, there's expected to be, that end up in court. For example, he's expected to sign an executive order saying that there's no more birthright citizenship in the future for people who are in the country illegally who have kids. The order would say that if you're in the country illegally and you have a kid in the country, the kid is not a citizen. But that goes against the standard interpretation of the Constitution, on which the Constitution does grant that birthright citizenship. So he can issue an order saying that, but that's something that would surely end up in court. And it would, from what I understand, be a big surprise if a court ruled that that could stand. So just keep that in mind when you hear about the executive orders. Sven B says you have to stream 24/7 for the next years. Yes, there's been a lot of news lately, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more to come. But we will be covering it. Not 24/7 every day, but when it's big news, we will be covering it. Thank you so much, Sven B. I appreciate that. Vivian Yurton says lawsuits will start rolling out. Yeah, I mean, there was one of the viewers mentioned this. I had also seen this before. There was some lawsuit that was filed soon after Trump became president over the Department of Governmental Efficiency. That happened too. What was that? Yeah, let me show you that story about the Doge getting sued. Hold on. I'll show you. Elon Musk's Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, sued minutes after Trump inauguration. The Washington Post reported that a lawsuit claiming that the Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency violates federal transparency rules was filed within minutes of Trump's inauguration, kicking off a legal battle over a key aspect of the incoming administration's agenda. In a 30-page complaint, the public interest law firm National Security Counselors said the non-governmental Doge panel is breaking a 1972 law that requires advisory committees to the executive branch to follow certain rules on disclosure, hiring, and other practices. How will that lawsuit end up turning out? I have no idea. I have no idea. The lawsuit alleges that the Doge Committee meets the requirements to be considered a federal advisory committee, a class of legal entity regulated to ensure the government receives transparent and balanced advice. These groups, known as FACAs, are required by law to have fairly balanced representation, keep regular minutes of meetings, allow the public to attend, file a charter with Congress, and more, all steps that Doge does not appear to have taken. Oh, thank you, I'll say the R channel. Thank you, the R channel. We are waiting for Trump. Maybe he's taking a little break. He's had a busy day. We are waiting for Trump to speak and sign executive orders and watch the parade at Capital One Arena. Oh, guys, Shelby Talcott of Semaphore reports a stack of documents has now been placed on that table at the arena. I can see the table. The table is here with the chair. But Shelby Talcott says there is now a stack of documents on the table. I don't really know the background of this. Our viewer Joel Soul mentioned to me that B&O News Live reported that Reuters is saying hundreds of Afghan refugees who were scheduled to travel to the U.S. have had their flights canceled. I'm a little confused. So I don't know the specifics on that. Had they been granted refugee status in the U.S. and who canceled the flights? I found it. I got it. I got the story. Trump administration canceling flights for nearly 1,660 Afghan refugees, say U.S. official and advocate. Reuters reports that nearly 1,660 Afghans who have been cleared by the U.S. government to resettle in the U.S., including family members of active duty U.S. military personnel, are having their flights canceled under Trump's orders suspending U.S. refugee programs. A U.S. official and leading refugee resettlement advocate said on Monday. I'll read you a little more about that, but hang on a second here. I'll post a link to that story. Is Trump coming out yet? I don't know. Every time a song ends, I wonder if they're going to start the proceedings. So this Reuters story says that one of the dozens of executive orders that Trump was to sign after being sworn in was to suspend U.S. refugee programs for at least 4 months. There was also reporting that people who had appointments in the U.S. at the border, people from outside the U.S., who had their appointments through the CBP One app, which was the app I guess you would use to make such appointments. Their appointments, they no longer have their appointments because the app was shut down. The app no longer is being used for that as of today. The Trump administration ended the use of the app. Thank you for watching our coverage today. We're waiting for Trump to speak and sign executive orders, and then the parade. I assume that'll be before the parade, although I don't know for sure. Robin says, do they still have an evening inaugural gala? I believe there are one or more celebrations tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, hold on a second.
The 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
Here's the parade, okay.
My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade. But of course, our president wanted to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be going through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
All right, let's see. We're gonna have another song. Sounds like they're starting. I have a different, hold on, I have a different angle here. Different angle. We got the Trump family coming in. Well, here we go. Oh, was I muted? I was saying we're waiting for Trump to come out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States. Under the direction of Major Aaron Morris, the U.S. Army Band Herald Trumpets performing their fanfare that's actually written for the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory. The official fanfare music group of the President of the United States under the direction of Major Aaron Morris. Let's hear it for them, folks. Brass and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by the First Lady, Mrs. Melania Trump.
I think he's pointing at the executive orders, maybe. Maybe he has them with him, or his speech or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparatori. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, the NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, the largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. And look at this, here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. Cheer here in the arena. Let's cheer for him again, folks. From our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida firefighters, pipes and drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They have played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. Pipes and drums leave the arena. We keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. beat of the drums continues. Established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabena, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration. almost 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Inauguration, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Lookner.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognize that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now, I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight, I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha.
How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest, it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did, and Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Darren, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this, okay? Remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's what we want them really on. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind, big ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid, when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television, they want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration. And we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production, believe me. You're gonna see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capitol Arena, and I'll talk about it. Yeah. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day we get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had a change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, ooh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. When the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But man, did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens. Because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this in the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're gonna love. Oh, you're gonna be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any, look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
Trump is going to sign some executive orders right now.
Is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to go over that? Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Sir,
can I have a
next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Pretty fun job.
So I believe a number, probably most of the major policy executive orders, I don't believe have been signed yet, or at least haven't been announced. So I believe he's going to go tonight and sign more of them. For example, oh, hold on. I can't play YMCA on the air, but yeah, like he said he's going to sign a January 6th executive order, you know, pardoning and commuting people who've been sentenced for January 6th. That hasn't happened yet. Immigration. So there's a bunch of executive orders he's expected to sign, but he has not signed yet, or at least if he did sign it, we don't know about it. So we'll have to see what happens with those. And I don't know if he's going to like do that now or what's going to happen. There's also like inaugural balls tonight. I believe we have some footage of the inaugural balls coming up. So I don't know if they're going to do like some kind of like televised ceremony where they sign stuff, or if you'll just start hearing like press releases saying, "Oh, he signed this thing." So I don't know how that's all going to work. There's the Liberty Inaugural Ball, the Commander-in-Chief Ball, and the Starlight Ball. 3 of them. I think there's supposed to be footage from two of the inaugural balls. Colin, our viewer, thinks he's going to sign in the Oval Office now. Maybe he is. I have no idea. I honestly don't know. We're going to keep the coverage going. And by the way, a quick thanks to Captain Jerry Donnelly, NMCT, for your support. Kerry Poteet, Neil Johnson, David M. Thank you. Malta McMurchie, Marsha Braga, Kieran, Bebop and Rocksteady. Kelly Wilson, thank you. Non Dast, Grevin Sher, Sven B. NJ Prepper, Rimfire Channel, Patrick Davis, Hal9001, thank you. Also thanks to Jennifer Schaefer for your support, and Big Dog Gaming on Twitch. So we're going to keep the stream going. And again, I'm supposed to have video from the inaugural balls. So we're going to keep the stream going. I think we're probably going to be hearing about some big executive orders sometime tonight. Maybe we'll hear about it in 5 minutes. Maybe we'll hear about it in 2 hours. I have no idea. So we'll have to see what happens. Oh, I'll have to change the headline. More executive orders expected tonight. You know, there's reporting about what the executive orders are going to be, but until he actually signs them, we don't know. Shout out to our moderators who are here. Really appreciate you being here. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. Sarah55 on YouTube, thank you. Also our Twitch mods. Hang on a moment here. A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Surly Div. Thanks so much. Oh, the Senate confirmed Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is officially Secretary of State. 99-0. He was confirmed. Marco Rubio was confirmed in the Senate 99-0. Oh, thanks so much to Michael Kelly. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Thanks also Janet B. for moderating. And thanks to, coming up, inaugural ball, look. Oh, all right. Well, we have to wait for that then. We have Margaret Riley moderating. And we have, I know Charlotte Webb has been there. Thank you. Thanks, Melissa Ayako Bachi, for subscribing over there on Facebook, and Jennifer Ellers and Erin Van S. and Leanne Ticknor and Eve Richards and Diane Allworth and Robert Rial II. Thank you. So as you can see over there, it says 8 p.m. Presidential Inaugural Committee Commander-in-Chief Ball Production Feed. Commander-in-Chief Ball Production Feed. Now, Reuters might have other stuff. Or now, AFP might have something too. What do I have here? No, that I can't. Hold on. Let's see. Trump will be speaking at the Commander-in-Chief inaugural ball. He'll be speaking there. I think I have a White House shot for you. I think I have a White House shot for you. That I can put on the screen. Look what we have. Look what we have here. Let me see. Let me make sure. Yes. Here we go. Look, it's the White House. It's the White House. We'll take some comments here. Harry said they say he's going to sign 150 more executive orders tonight. I've heard some numbers like that. I don't know exactly how many, but he's supposed to sign a bunch. Let me just check something here. So they had all that stuff set up for the parade, right? All those risers there. Am I right about that? That was probably all for the parade, which ended up being inside. Will we? One of our viewers says, Lori says, will we be able to witness the signing of those other orders? Absolutely no idea. I have no idea if that's going to be public or not. I just don't know. I also don't know, because like the inaugural balls, like he's going to go to the commander-in-chief one. So could we see him do stuff? Is he going to sign stuff before that or after that? Ben C says, I hope we get to watch. Hold on a second here. Oopsie. Hang on. Give me one moment. Checking for updates here. Just give me one moment. Let's see what I can find for you. No tax on tips is not an executive order, right? That's a legal change. So he would have to have Congress pass a law and sign a law for that, as I understand it. Oh, is he going to speak at both? He's going to speak at more than one ball? I mean, we know he's speaking at the Commander-in-Chief ball because I saw that Reuters said that. Oh, he's also supposed... Yeah, so... Oh, there's a motorcade to the White House happening. Do I have footage of the motorcade? No. Well, I might at some point. Hang on a second. So Trump is on the way to the White House because I can see... I don't have that shot myself that I can show you, but he is on the way to the White House right now. I'm seeing it on a different shot. So let's see what happens when he gets back to the White House. Because it's not going to take that long. He's there. He's going there right now. True Sleuth says, I hope they show him signing more. Oh, thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, the networks have it. It's a pool shot, so I don't have that. I don't have access to that. It's like a network pool feed. That I cannot show you, but we're supposed to have more stuff coming up. If you turn on like one of the news channels, like one of the news networks, you'd probably see the shot of his motorcade. Maybe we'll see it pulling up. I don't know if we'll see it on this camera. We might see it driving by on this camera. Now I'm going to eat when I get a chance. I haven't really had a meal, but it's kind of a unique day. I've snacked a little bit. It's kind of a unique day, so I'll be fine. I kind of feel like maybe he'll sign stuff before the inaugural balls, because by the time that stuff gets done, it'll be much later. So I'm thinking it's very possible that he'll just go back to the White House now and sign some things. Thank you, Rachel Dolly Hug, for your support. So let's see what happens when he gets back. It's kind of this interesting situation where he lived at the White House for 4 years, then he leaves, and now he's going back there again. No, Mike, the January 6th pardons and commutations has not been signed by him. Also, he's going to sign an executive order reportedly, which he says will get rid of birthright citizenship for people who are in the country illegally. But it is widely believed that will not actually go into effect because it'll be challenged in court. In the Constitution, the consensus interpretation of the Constitution is that the Constitution itself grants the right to grants birthright citizenship, which is any person born on American soil is a citizen, whether or not their parents are here legally, or whether or not their parents are legal. So As our viewer Eri G says, an executive order cannot override the Constitution. So a number of the executive orders are expected to be challenged eventually in court. We'll just have to see what happens with them. I mean, you're not going to find out what happens with them tonight. That could take a long time. Trump is pulling into the White House. I can see on TV he is pulling up to the White House right now, guys. The motorcade is pulling up to the White House. Again, I don't have that shot myself, but I can tell you that. Oh, thanks to Pixel Panda. Thank you, Pixel Panda. So the presidential motorcade is pulling up to the White House. Let's see what happens. Maybe he'll sign some stuff when he gets there. The shot I am watching shows the car right in front of the White House right now. Of course, this is like a, kind of one of those milestones of the day when he enters the White House for the first time as president again. That's what's happening right now. And again, I'm sorry I don't have it, but I can only show you what I have the rights to. And this is not part of what I have the rights to. It is on TV. He just walked in. He just walked into the White House with the First Lady. Oh, is it right there? Is it in front of us or not? Is it this side of the White? It might have been. Is it just happen like on the screen here? I wasn't even looking at our screen. I mean, it's kind of hard to see there. Did he just walk in? I think maybe he did. I didn't even see what side of the White House it was. People think they saw it there. I wasn't even looking. So you might have seen it at a distance. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't even looking. I was looking for the close-up shot. My bad. Now I know he's in there, but I didn't know if on the wide shot that I have that you could see it. All right, so let's see what happens here. Again, we have these inaugural balls coming up, which we're supposed to have some footage of. So we'll be bringing that to you. But is he going to sign any executive orders right now? He is now back at the White House as president. So I'm waiting along with you guys to see what happens. Carly Mildred, our viewer, thinks that maybe he will go live from there like 20 minutes after he walks in the door. Could happen. It's also possible that you're just not going to see that you're not going to see him sign it. We'll start hearing about it. There's a page online on the White House page, Presidential Actions. The White House website got like a makeover because Trump's there now. So I'm going to post a link to this. You can find all of the executive orders he signed, I believe so far. Is it all of them? Well, a bunch of them, if not all of them, on the White House website. So, for example, return to in-person work. This isn't that long. Now, I don't even know how many federal employees, how many of them are doing work from home. I have no idea. Heads of all departments and agencies in the executive branch of government, executive branch, that is, shall, as soon as practicable, take all necessary steps to terminate remote work arrangements. As soon as practicable, take all necessary steps to terminate remote work arrangements, and require employees to return to work in person at their respective duty stations on a full-time basis, provided that the department and agency heads shall make exemptions they deem necessary. So department and agency heads can make exemptions they deem necessary. It's as soon as is practicable. And also, I have no idea. It's in the executive branch only, and I also don't know how many people in the executive branch. I would assume it's also maybe, it's not contractors. I would assume it's people who work at these departments and agencies. But I don't know. It's a good question. How many people in executive branch departments and agencies are not currently working at home or working in person in the office full time? Could be a lot. I don't know. Oh, I got footage from one of the balls. I got footage. Breaking news. Look what we have. Guys, look. Hold on. There it is. It's one of the inaugural balls. It's the, which one is this? It's the, I don't even know which one this is right now. It's one of them. It's one of the, now I can't play copyrighted music. Are they playing copyrighted music? Let's see. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, hold on. I don't even know which one this is right now. It's one of them. Sorry, I'm hearing myself. Why am I hearing myself? What was I hearing from? Oh, I know why. Were you guys hearing two of me? No, you weren't. Okay, I fixed that. So let's hear the sound. Yeah, for now I'm gonna hold off on the sound because it sounds like they're playing copyrighted music. So which one is this? Let's see if Reuters says which one it is. They say, now they haven't posted it yet. It's either the, oh, I think it might be maybe the Liberty inaugural ball. Hey, thank you, Ken Lance. Ken Lance says, President Trump certainly has enormous stamina and energy. Thank you, Ken Lance. And thank you, Casey, for your support. Did they post yet? No, Reuters still has not posted which one this is. All right, what does it say? See this here? What is it saying? I don't see a name of it. Again, it's either the, I think it's either the Commander-in-Chief one or the Liberty inaugural ball. Look, people are hanging out. One of our viewers said that on CNN, they say that he's going to sign executive orders before the inaugural balls, before he goes. All right, let's see what I can. I'm seeing some reports about executive orders, but I don't know if these are new. Let's see. All right, let me see what I can find out. He might be signing things right now. You know what I gotta do? What I should do real quick is, one moment. All right, there it is. There's one of the inaugural balls right there in front of you. Okay, Fox News says soon Trump will sign more executive actions, okay? So that's according to Fox News. Soon Trump will sign more executive actions. This is the Commander-in-Chief ball. This ball is the Commander-in-Chief ball. That's what this is. I can confirm that. That is from Reuters. I'm going to put that on the red caption there. Commander-in-Chief ball, Washington, D.C. Wow, look at this. Look at this with the presidential symbol on the stage. It's a big presidential symbol. Hold on a second. Again, I don't have any kind of official announcement on new executive orders he might have signed. Since he got back to the White House. What is going on? What is going on with this? Presidential actions. Yeah, the actions on the White House website are the ones he already signed. He talked about those at the parade, at the arena. They haven't posted new ones after that, I don't believe. No. It's just a list of the ones he's already publicly talked about. I think we still have music playing here. Yeah, I can't really have the music on, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, there's reporting suggesting it's coming very soon. As more people arrive. Big event. Big event. Traduction Seguene, our viewer, says, hopefully we can focus more on space exploration and less on war. PW360 says, is there any update on the reported mass immigration actions that were supposed to start tomorrow? I haven't heard any update. Bunch of reports say there will be these large-scale deportation raids to gather up people who are in the country illegally starting tomorrow. I haven't heard anything new today, but I would not be surprised if that happens. Let me check a couple things here. The Washington Post says Trump is scheduled to attend 3 inaugural balls, a centuries-old tradition. So Trump will attend all 3 of them. The Commander-in-Chief Ball, this one, for members of the military, the Liberty Inaugural Ball for supporters, and the Starlight Ball for donors. So the Commander-in-Chief Ball, this one is for military, the Liberty Inaugural Ball is for supporters, and Starlight Ball is for donors. Trump is scheduled to speak at all 3 of these inaugural balls, says the Washington Post. Also, the Washington Post says that Henry Enrique Tarrio, the former leader of the Proud Boys, who is serving the longest sentence among all January 6 cases, is being released from federal prison tonight, his lawyer told the Washington Post. Okay? He had a 22-year sentence for leading his far-right groups plotting to battle police and keep Trump in office. So the Washington Post says his lawyer says Tarrio is getting released tonight. The Post says the release of Tarrio, perhaps the most notorious figure to face prosecution for the Capitol breach, would be a strong sign that Trump will grant blanket pardons or at least commutations to virtually all of the defendants. So that's some new reporting from the Post. Northwoods Hiker says, if Tarrio is pardoned, they all are. So, you can be pardoned and you can have your sentence commuted, which is where the commutation is a lessening of the sentence, but you still have the conviction on your record. Pardon is you're forgiven for the crime and it basically disappears from your record. It's as if you didn't get charged. So, I believe that's how a pardon works. I don't know if it's true that Tarrio is getting released from prison. I don't know. It's not clear whether it's a pardon or a commutation. Oh, I guess it doesn't clear your record. It's not expungement. Okay, so I was wrong about this. It's not an expunging. It's still on your record. The crime is still, even a pardon, it's still on your record. So let me clarify that for you. As I've told you, I'm not a lawyer, so I want to get this right. Yes, the Justice Department says that to get it off your record, you would need expungement. Expungement cannot be granted within the Department of Justice or by the president. If you get a presidential pardon, the pardon defense is not removed from your criminal record. Instead, both the federal conviction as well as the pardon appear on your record. However, a pardon will facilitate removal of legal disabilities imposed because of the conviction and should lessen to some extent the stigma arising from the conviction. In addition, a pardon may be helpful in obtaining licenses, bonding, or employment. Okay, I was wrong about that. So it's still on your record. But I guess on your record you'd have the conviction, but also it would say that you had been pardoned. Whereas a commutation of your sentence, your record would have the conviction, but it wouldn't say it wouldn't say pardoned on it. All right. Anyways, so I'm sorry for the confusion. Well, at least we figured it out. Hang on one second here. Let me just see if I have any more updates for you as we're waiting to hear about news of executive orders. Peter Alexander from NBC News reports that moments ago, as Trump was preparing to enter the Oval Office for the first time this term, he said to Peter Alexander, we're going to have some fun. He might be signing stuff right now. You know that? Oh, CNN, as one of our viewers said, CNN says moments away, Trump signs executive orders in Oval Office. So that's what CNN is reporting. They say it's moments away, guys. Hang on a moment here. Moments away. Oopsie. There's no headline for the moment. Give me a second, I'll fix that. I'm fixing that right now. Putting up a headline. Now, will we have video of that? Is there going to be video of that I can show you? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. The New York Times' Hamed Ali Aziz reports that the acting head of the U.S. immigration court system, along with 3 other key leaders, were fired soon after the Trump administration took office on Monday. That's according to the New York Times' Hamed Ali Aziz. Again, the acting head of the U.S. immigration court system, along with 3 other key leaders, were fired. I am just trying to get you more information as we wait for updates about Trump's executive orders. Oregon guy says, congrats to Marco Rubio on his unanimous confirmation. Yes, he was confirmed 99-0 in the Senate as Secretary of State. And CNN, both CNN and Fox and CNN say it is moments away that there will be more executive orders signed. Moments away. Oh, they're live. Hey, one of our viewers pointed out they've gone live on YouTube. The White House is live on YouTube. Hang on a moment. I'll get this up on the screen for you. Thanks to the viewer who pointed that out. I didn't even realize they were live yet. Hang on, guys. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. We got it. There it is. There it is. Good catch by our chat. We will begin shortly, it says. It is live. The stream is already live. Here we go. Here it is right now. It's live. It's live right now.
Yes, sir. First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th, and these are the hostages? Approximately 1,500 for a pardon?
Yes.
Full pardon?
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon.
Full pardon for all of them?
About 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research.
Okay.
Nice to see you again.
So he said full pardon except for 6 of them? I think. We'll have to see what the order says.
Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. We're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or pardon of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay.
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay.
President Trump, with
cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations. Would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President, and that was actually
that Maduro would accept Venezuelans.
Say it?
How will you make sure that Maduro would accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see on Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and well, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess, right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities tomorrow?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign, and Mexico probably doesn't want that, but we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year, not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is
so you just said Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest
Well,
national
foreign
security
policy is a
threat?
big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who will you call tomorrow on your first day?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, like all Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, what might be your first step?
This next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the court? That one is likely to be passed.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We think we have very good grounds.
Sir,
people have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Right? Don't they leave it on the desk? I don't know. Oh!
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found this. Wow. Thank you.
Can you read that on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What did you talk about with him?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. I mean, during my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So now we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir.
On each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is?
No,
right now?
no.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think you'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put in on the China tariffs that you talked about?
Which one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the
Oh,
broad
China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
But please start with NATO at this moment. Are you planning to meet with NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's good. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
Ah, that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see our relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
It sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, you're asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional China
And a very
tariffs?
big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
And we're not
still
going
on
to
the
allow
table?
that to happen.
Are they still on the table or is that
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? you'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
you know
Russia.
what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
But Spain is not in the BRICS.
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to
100% tariffs, those countries, like Spain?
As a BRICS nation, yes.
But how
They'll have a
is the
100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how is
Which, and therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions.
As per the Supreme Court.
Other matters. Yes, sir.
This is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you would say you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you think that?
Well, there's only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anybody?
Well, it would be a
who
pardon.
assaulted
That would be a
police
pardon.
officer?
The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but you know, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people, indirectly or directly, were involved? And it was then 26. That's a lot of people. Now we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, we have some interest in buying it, but is there any other option that will satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you think?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up.
Do you know what your first foreign trip might be, sir?
So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK. But I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going
think
to
I'd
end the
probably go
war's first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi Arabia?
It should have never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon. Not in a very long way. Oh, look at that. It says TikTok. My, what is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about ANWR?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up ANWR.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless. If I don't approve it, it has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half. In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, it could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I've had.
The CEO, did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. They really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval, that TikTok can continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as
Could
well in
be,
the
yeah,
US?
could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if you don't come in until 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
Mr. President, when do you plan to talk to Elon Musk going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned the implementation in your previous
Elon,
answer.
no. Elon is very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio as a Secretary
Marco
of State.
Rubio. You said Marco.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah, he's. I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas now, Marco.
You signed Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just signed. Marco Rubio's ideas is
just signed.
How many
still changing Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
No, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves. So
President Trump.
That'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. The question that only works today: are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig.
Mr. President,
But,
when do you plan
really
to
the
speak
opposite.
When do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen. But I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
It just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China too. I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
You're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today.
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way.
Over your partner.
Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. You know, don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, you know, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal.
Zelensky
wants to make a deal.
What kind of
I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope, I got along with him great, and, you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but, you know, they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pagers and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the troop phases?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the two-state
Gaza,
solution?
boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, the best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be? Are those things connected at all?
If China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it, because we'd put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's an interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter? Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. So, but Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama at President Trump's
I was.
funeral.
And you'd like to know what
Everybody
Everybody wants to know. And I wouldn't want to, but we were having some crazy conversation.
About?
Why do you asking a question like that? You know, I don't think you want to know. You might not know. You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
Sir, you also
That's
have
a big
several-
one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah,
A few weeks
good.
ago,
Yeah.
what exactly
I
was
will.
happening? Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for, what, 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out live.
And I got to read this letter, too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I know you would. Your father would, too.
But is it anything, these drones, is it anything that people need to be worried about?
No, I think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of...
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out? Immediately. I can't imagine it's an enemy or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting.
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of a security concern?
No security. Because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather. And we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible at the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair. Maybe the fake news is changing.
Unleashing energy production.
Unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. It's obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. It was looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that, and people would have been hurt.
The unlawful disclosure, was that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related to
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family because that makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. And I said, If I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now, because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with that. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president. But the precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met, so they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith, who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy either, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you think you have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that, no. I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And, I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing because they were guilty as hell. They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it. Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, sir. It relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we can produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes from the way the Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back the Diet Coke button?
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. Well, that's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I can live with Thomas Jefferson. I can live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China with 1.4 billion people. We have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but you know. And when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens.
Mr. President,
Pretty sad to think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the cost down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they heard it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright, who's phenomenal, you know, Energy, Department of Energy, we're going to be taking a lot, we're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. You know, European Union charges us, they have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, you know, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, or oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas.
Will you travel?
And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. You know, I've had the invite.
President Xi invited
I would do
you
it,
to
yeah.
come this year?
Talking about the European Union and the tariffs, like, what do you mean when you say that European Union country like is part of BRICS?
That a what?
BRICS. You said BRICS.
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS is 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may put it, wrap it,
Mr. President.
because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe in it.
What kind of universal tariff if you did do one?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing that.
Mr. President, you surround yourself with a whole bunch of billionaires today. President Biden, as in his farewell address, warned about an oligarchy, and what are your response to that?
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him, those same guys. Look, I don't make pretenses, smart guys, but there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me, I don't know. It's not going to get anything from me, I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's going to do it. You know, what they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China. And, we sort of like that. It's okay. They've done a great job. A lot of them, not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender ideologies.
Ooh.
Mr. President, going back to the World Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of an organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go. Guys, come on. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you, sir. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys.
You have a big night plan for tonight, sir?
Let's go. Thanks, press. Thank you, guys. Let's go, guys.
Wow. We got a whole big press conference out of it. That was about 47 minutes of questions and answers. So we got a number of executive orders. We got a lot of questions and answers. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it now. I'm going to have to eat something soon because I have not even eaten lunch really, and we've been on the air for almost 10 hours. So we'll talk a little bit about it right now. But that was a whole thing. So a lot of questions, a lot of topics. So just to summarize, I can't summarize all the executive orders right now, but I want to just mention real quick. Maybe I'll eat something and come back. But the January 6 pardons, pretty much everybody who has been convicted of a January 6 events has been pardoned, and some of them have had their sentence commuted, but the rest have been pardoned. So if you look at this is the executive order right here. You can see it says granting pardons and commutations of sentences for certain offenses relating to the events at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. So it says, commute the sentences of the following individuals. And it lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, what is it, 15, 5, 6, 9, 12, 14. So these 14 get the sentences commuted, which is, I'm assuming they're going to get out tonight, like a full commutation, like it's a reduction in sentence, but I don't know this for sure. But, oh yeah, to time served. So all of these individuals, these 14, I think it is, they get released from prison if they're not out already. They get released. They don't get a pardon, but they get released from prison. Grant a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. Okay? And also, all pending indictments are to be dismissed with prejudice. So any pending indictment, you haven't been charged yet, but they're looking into it, that's gone. And everybody who was convicted, if you're one of these 14 people, your jail time is now over. Right, it says time served. Commute the sentences to time served. Right. So any punishment is now, you're done. If you're one of these 14 people, you've no more punishment. Your punishment is now time served and you've served the time. And anyone else who's been convicted of an offense relating to January 6th, basically, is pardoned. And anybody who is facing a pending indictment, that's going away. That's going to be dismissed. So there you go. So that's pretty comprehensive. That's pretty comprehensive. I'll post a link to that in the chat. And then the, hold on, if I can. Why is it not posting? I just posted a link in the chat. Hopefully that worked. Yes, it did. And then another one is the TikTok one, which I'm not going to read the whole thing now, but it says that the Attorney General, I am instructing the Attorney General not to take any action to enforce the act for a period of 75 days from today. So under that act, TikTok is supposed to be banned in this country. And Trump is saying he's not going to enforce it for 75 days. To allow my administration an opportunity to determine the appropriate course forward in an orderly way that protects national security while avoiding an abrupt shutdown of communications platform used by millions of Americans. And he's talked about this 50-50 proposal, and that's a whole other thing. But I wanted to point that out. There's a lot here to discuss, obviously. But what I need to do, first of all, let me just say a quick thank you to Erwin Martinez for your support, Succuled, Mystery Christie, Unigma, Bebop and Rocksteady, No Name, very generous of you, No Name, thank you. Thanks everybody else for your support. CAC813, thank you. Corn Pop 82, Sarah. I just owe some thank yous. I'm a little behind here. Lucia Harizo, Grumpy Explorer, Casey, and am I caught up over there? Hopefully I am. And over on Twitch, am I caught up there? No. Douthis, thank you, Douthis, for your support, and Oxytropus and Sketty Sandwich, and J Drabble, and Big Dog Gaming. Okay, so here's what I need to do. My proposal is that I would like to keep the stream going, but I got to make some food because I haven't eaten lunch. I had like a bowl of cereal and I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at one point and a little bowl of cereal. So I'm going to keep the stream going because we have other footage. Look, I have other footage to show you, although I can't play the sound, I don't think. Hold on. I have Trump's going to speak at the inaugural balls, you know. Trump is speaking at the inaugural balls. So we're going to keep going. But I'm going to have to go make some food. First of all, let me take my headphones out. I hope this doesn't mess up anything. I'm taking my headphones out. I think the broadcast will pause for a second. Hang on here. Hang on. Let's see. Are we pausing first? Are we back? Are we freezing? Are we pausing? We good? We're good. We're back. We're back. We're back. So what I would like, well, what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to take, thank you to Erwin Martinez and Carol's Dark Sarcasm. Thank you. All right. So Trump signs more executive orders to speak at I'm going to say Trump to appear at inaugural balls. I can't fit it all in the headline. I was trying to say Trump is going to appear at the inaugural balls after signing executive orders. Maybe I can make it smaller and fit it all. All right. Let's do that. I think the sound on here is going to be music which I can't play. Do I even hear it? Hold on. Yeah, I can't play the copyrighted music. All right, so what we're going to do is, oops, that's obviously a typo. We have a typo. We're going to fix that typo. I'm going to, it's another typo. I'm sorry, I need to put some food in the air fryer because my brain isn't even working anymore. I'd love to take a second and talk about all the stuff we just saw, but I got to put some food in the air fryer. So I'm going to take 5 minutes and put food in the air fryer. Then come back for a few minutes. Then I'm going to eat. So what I'm going to do is, hang on, folks. If I can figure this out. Oh, I think this ball is I don't even know which ball this is. I think they're switching back and forth between them. All right, well, if you feel like sticking around, I'm gonna leave this posted. And by the way, thanks to all of our moderators who have been here and are still here. I really appreciate all of our moderators. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Robert's May Queen is there right now over on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi. And Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn. Good Luck Duck Hearsay. Idaho Star. I Got That Fire. McBridges. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. Charlotte Big Webb of Yarn, over there. Luck, Duck Hearsay, Idaho Star. Charlotte Webb over there on Facebook. Thank you. Margaret Riley. And any others I'm missing. All right. Let me go take 5 minutes and put some food in the... Oh, I just saw something. Hold on a second. What is this? I just saw something. Hold on. Oh, no, I saw that already. Okay. Give me 5 minutes or so. I think this is the Commander-in-Chief ball. That's what this is. This is the Commander-in-Chief ball. I know that. So I can put that on the screen. Oh, actually, they might cut back and forth. So I'm gonna leave this up there. So give me about 5 minutes to put some food in the air fryer, and I'll come back. I can't put the sound on because they're playing like copyrighted music. But if you want to hang out, I'm going to come back in about 5 minutes or so. All right? Thank you. And I will keep an eye on this because Trump, I think we're going to see him. We might see him speak again. So I'll keep an eye on it. All right, I put the food in the air fryer. I wonder if Trump will speak at this ball soon. This is the Commander-in-Chief ball. And let's see. That was quite the impromptu press conference with Trump while he was signing the let me just refresh something here. The executive orders. It was like 45 minutes. Fix something here. Give me a second. I'm just refreshing this here. Oh, speaking at Liberty Ball first, one of our viewers said, we're supposed to have coverage of both. Yeah, he's supposed to speak at each ball. I think there's cameras at 2 of the 3 balls that Reuters has. So it should show. The other issue, well, anyway, I think we're good right now on time. I would hopefully we get to see him speak. And CNN has somebody outside of a DC jail. I guess they're going to watch. They're going to show people getting out of jail. Trump pardoned. He pardoned or commuted the sentence of every person committed for a January 6th offense. So anybody who's in jail for a January 6th offense is getting out. But CNN literally has a reporter outside the jail in D.C. I don't know. Let me see if I have any other footage here I can show you. Right now I have this. If I get any other live shots, I'll let you know. Oh, Ford Fisher says it remains unclear whether President Trump will keep his promise to issue a day 1 commutation to Ross Ulbricht. You know, Ford Fisher, who I follow, mentioned that. And some of our viewers mentioned Ross Ulbricht. Did he promise to... I can't remember. Ross Ulbricht, he's serving life imprisonment for creating and operating the darknet market website Silk Road. The site operated as a hidden service on the Tor network and facilitated the sale of narcotics and other illegal products and services. That's from Wikipedia. Renee Perry says he did. A couple of our viewers are saying he did. We might have covered that at some point, and I forget. I know we covered Trump speaking at a crypto conference. Anyways, but he is not, that I'm aware of, giving a pardon to Ross Ulbricht yet. Hey guys, give me one. I just have to give me about 15 seconds. I'm coming back in 15 seconds. Yes, I have an article from Reason that says Trump promised to free Ross Ulbricht on day 1. That's according to Reason.com, and they quote him as saying I think they have a quote of him. Yes, he said while addressing the Libertarian National Convention, which I believe we were covering. All right, guys, I'm coming back in about 20 seconds. Hang on. So anyways, I don't know if he's going to pardon Ross Ulbricht. Some of our viewers were asking about that. And hang on a second here. Yeah, I'm going to eat when my food is done cooking. What I'm going to do is when my food is done cooking, I'm going to go eat it, and I'll keep an eye on this. And then if Trump is speaking, I'll make sure that we can see it here, and the volume's on and everything. Trump also signed an executive order withdrawing from the World Health Organization, which you might have heard. Again, I'd like to talk about some of this stuff more once I've eaten. I can't really talk before I eat because my brain is not working anymore. Oh, also, he also did the executive order on birthright citizenship, which again, I would say the legal consensus is that the Constitution says anybody born on U.S. soil is a U.S. citizen. But they're going to try to. Trump, I have to pull up the executive order, but I believe the executive order proposes a different reading of the Constitution. Where is it here? What is this? I have to find it. Here it is. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. It talks about the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and state wherein they reside. They believe... hold on, let's see. The 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship to everyone in the United States. All right, again, so they're arguing in this executive order, they disagree with the prevailing legal opinion about this. So the executive order says that a child born on U.S. soil is not a citizen if that child's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of the birth, or when the mother's presence in the U.S. at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary and the father was not a U.S. citizen. There's other stuff to this too. The basic idea here though is arguing that is trying to say that according to the Constitution, someone is not a citizen if they're born on U.S. soil, if, for example, they are born to people who are not U.S. citizens, and not here, I guess, lawfully, permanently in some sense. You know what I'm saying? But this would have the effect of making it that if somebody had a baby here who was here illegally, then the baby would not be, and both parents were not citizens. If I'm reading this right, basically in those, maybe there's some kind of weird example that violates this, but the idea is that if somebody came here and had a kid and they were not legally in the country, they were here illegally, that the kid wouldn't be a citizen just because he or she was born on U.S. soil. So again, I'd have to go through all the specifics here to figure out the exceptions and all this stuff. I'll post a link to this right now in the chat. You know what I'll do? I'm going to post a link in the chat. I'm going to post a link to all the if you go to the White House website and go to presidential actions, you can find all the executive orders from today. So I'm going to post a link to this right now in the chat for you guys. And you can actually just go, maybe while I'm eating if you want, you can go and look them up yourself. By the way, thank you to Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi, for your support. I really appreciate it, Kiwi, and thanks for the gift memberships, Kiwi. Also, NMCT. NMCT thinks Trump rugged the whole crypto community. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. Here is a shot of one of the balls. Oh, no, they're going back and forth. Anyways, so you're going to see the inaugural balls on this feed. Although I can't put the music on, I can't put the sound on because there's music right now. So I'm going to go eat and I'm going to leave the stream running. And I'll keep an eye on the feed. And because Trump is supposed to speak at these things. So if Trump comes up to speak, I'll come in here and turn the sound on so you can hear him. And then I'll come back in after I eat. Okay? So that's how we're doing it. Now, I don't know. We're at 10 hours and 26 minutes on YouTube. If we reach 12 hours, I'll have to start a new stream if we're still on the air. So I'm just warning you. But I would like to talk about some of this stuff some more, but I really need to go eat. So I appreciate you guys being here and watching the channel today and commenting in the chat. Sorry I haven't had time to take more comments. I'd like to take more when I come back. But I'm going to eat, and then I'll keep an eye on things. And if there's some huge news while I'm eating, I'll just come back in too. But right now I'm going to eat, and I will leave this feed up, and you can be in the chats. Thanks so much to our chat moderators. You can be in the chats, and I'll if Trump comes in, look at all the people. If Trump comes in, at some point he's supposed to, I'll come in here and put the sound on. Hang on one moment here. Okay. All right, so guys, hang out if you'd like. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to put the thing up on the screen that says I'm eating. That's not it. Where was it? It's Steve is taking a meal break. After his meal break. Steve will be back after his meal break. That's a little too big. All right, so hang out in the chat if you'd like. I'll come back after I'm done eating. It'll take a little bit to eat, but I'll come back, all right? So, and again, I'll keep an eye on the ball, on both the inaugural balls that I have access to. And if Trump starts speaking, I'll come in here and put the sound on so you can hear him. All right? So I'll see you in a little bit. Hey folks, I see there's like a graphic on the screen. Excuse me. I'm finishing up eating, but I think I have another shot of the ball I can, one of the balls I can give you. Hold on a second. I am seeing it right here. Is this gonna work? Here we go. Oh, hold on. Here it is. Here it is. All right, I'll be back shortly. Hey guys, I think I actually have some new video, which we might want to look at. From a jail in D.C. Jail outside D.C. jail. Hey guys, that video you're seeing there, that video you're seeing is a video outside a DC jail where I believe some January 6th inmates are expected to be released from. Is there volume on that? I gotta get my headphones. My headphones.
Bringing your dog out in this tonight.
I'm gonna do it this way. Hold on. We're gonna do this.
So when are we doing January 6th again?
Hang on, let me just get this set up for you. So what's happening is this is outside a jail in DC where people are supposed to be released who are in there, who have been in there on January 6th convictions. But Trump tonight pardoned almost everybody with a January 6th conviction, and the other ones he commuted the sentence. So everybody in jail on a January 6th conviction is getting out. So there's this, you can see there's a lot of people there and a lot of police at this jail, and people are waiting for people to get released. So I wanted to put that up there. And then there's the ball and there's music playing, but if Trump speaks, we can show him speaking. But I figured it was probably more urgent to check out what's going on at the jail. So I'll put a caption on the other on the other thing. I'm actually hearing, I can't put the sound on there right now. Turn it down. It's like music on it or something. Yeah, I got to turn that down for the moment. Maybe I'll turn this up. I don't know. I'd rather have the sound on this. I'm going to put a little more sound on this. We'll keep an eye on that. And hang on. That is too big. Can I make it smaller? That's better. All right, so again, this is outside a DC jail where some January 6th prisoners are supposed to be released tonight. All right. By the way, if we end up going longer than like 40 more minutes, I'm going to have to switch the YouTube to a second stream. Because YouTube has a 12-hour stream time limit, and we're at 11 hours and 10 minutes on YouTube. So if I have to, I'm just going to create another stream on YouTube. And just program this one to send you over there. But we'll hang out a little longer just here. Yeah, I restarted Facebook several hours ago. Then there was also a new brush fire, I think, in Hemet, in Riverside County, California. So I wanted to keep an eye on that as well. That's called the Chambers fire. So I'll keep an eye on that. If Trump is speaking at the ball, we'll go to that. Yes, Trump is supposed to speak there. He is supposed to speak at the ball. Oh, you know what? I gotta give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Hang on, hang on. All right, I was muted. What we're doing is, I think, oh, hold on, they lost their shot from the jail. Trump is supposed to speak at the ball, I believe, and then we're keeping an eye on that DC jail because some January 6th prisoners are supposed to be released. Hold on.
Everybody fired up? All right, well then I won't take too much of your time, but I do have a few things to say. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the incredible men and women of our armed forces. I am Command Sergeant Major Vern Daly, the Command Sergeant Major for Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and Military District of Washington. Good evening, and welcome to the Commander-in-Chief's inaugural ball. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you tonight as we gather to celebrate not only the inauguration of our Commander-in-Chief, but to also recognize the exceptional dedication, service, and sacrifice of those who make our freedoms possible, the brave men and women of our incredible United States military. Your willingness to serve in uniform represents the strength and unity of our nation. Your courage and resilience serves as a beacon of hope and strength for not only our nation, but for the entire free world. Tonight, we come together to celebrate the strength and resilience and unyielding commitment of our military. From every branch, every service, from every corner of our great country and across the globe, our service members stand guard. You are the embodiment of our nation's resolve, and for that, we are forever grateful. It is no secret that the path to this moment has been paved by the sacrifices you make daily. not just in the heat of battle or in the face of adversity, but in the quiet, steadfast moments when you and the incredible families that support you stand ready. You do so with a spirit of service that is unwavering and a sense of duty and honor that is unparalleled. As we reflect on the challenges of the past and look forward to the future, we know that the strength of our nation lies not just in the laws we create or the leaders we elect, but in the people who volunteer to wear the uniform. The men and women of our armed forces, your commitment to one another, to our collective mission, and to our nation is the backbone of this great democracy. So tonight, let us take a moment to celebrate you, the men and women who stand the watch, who put country above self, who leave behind loved ones, and who endure the toughest conditions, and who continue to accomplish the mission no matter the challenge. As we look forward to the future, know that you are not just a vital part of the fabric of the military, but a fabric of the nation. Your sacrifices make our world safer and ensure that all Americans continue to enjoy the freedoms we hold so dear. So thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your unwavering commitment to our nation. You are the true strength of America, and the nation will forever be in your debt. Enjoy the evening, as some of you seem to have already. And may we all be reminded in every moment of the immense pride we take in you, the members of the United States Armed Forces. Hey, before I go though, because that's about it for my speech, we have the opportunity to talk to one of those outstations that's out there right now, I think. I believe we got somebody from Korea on. Hey, Sergeant Major Balmer, how you doing out there on the peninsula?
Hey, Sergeant Major, can you read the station number?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear, brother.
Hey, we're here. We've got our commanding general beside me here, Lieutenant General Lee, and we got some great soldiers here in the 8th Army. We just want to say that we're proud to be part of this historic day and these festivities. I'm going to answer a couple questions real quick that we always get when we talk back home. One is, what time is it over here? Well, it's noon right now here in Korea on Tuesday. And it's not too bad here. I think it's in the 30s today. But we're all doing great. We're fired up to be here. We can't wait to be part of this great event.
Hey, thanks so much, Kent. Hopefully you can hear that applause. We really appreciate you, brother, and everything that you guys are doing to stand the watch out there on. So thank you. And to all of you out there, enjoy your evening, and thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Trump on September 11th, 2020 for his actions during a hostage rescue mission in an area of northern Iraq controlled by the Islamic State. Please welcome Medal of Honor recipient, Sergeant Major Thomas Patrick Payne.
To the President of the United States of America, our Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, welcome home. Your warriors missed you. To our loved ones, distinguished guests, and most importantly, our Gold Star families, we're honored by your presence as we stand together to celebrate our Commander-in-Chief. From the first shots at Lexington and Concord, to the frozen fields of Valley Forge, to the beaches of Normandy, to the mountains of Korea, jungles of Vietnam, across the deserts of Iraq and Afghanistan. Every generation of American warriors has answered a sacred call to defend the U.S. Constitution and our American way of life. When our boots hit the ground, we carry the legacy of every American warrior who has come before us. We are the living ambassadors of the American fighting spirit and a tradition of courage written in the sacrifice of our fallen. The sound of the guns has always been our nation's warriors' call to action. It demands that we live the Army values of personal courage, selfless service, and unwavering sense of duty to complete the mission. Throughout history, American warriors have answered a call to serve something greater than themselves. This truth is reflected in the words of Isaiah 6:8. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" And I said, "Here I am, send me." President Trump, our chain of command, and warriors, look around you. When the mission demands absolute success and lands on the desk of our Commander-in-Chief, we will stand ready, we will answer our nation's call, and say, "Here I am, send me." When danger threatens, when liberty calls, Americans warriors will always answer the call to service. Victory demands a full measure of our nation's commitment. From the great Americans who support us on the home front, together we are an unstoppable force. This is the strength, it is America's key to victory on any battlefield. Your U.S. military will train relentlessly because we understand the hazards of our chosen profession. When chaos erupts, when the sound of the battle calls, we respond with power and purpose. We fight to win our nation's wars and annihilate our enemies. This is the standard. We honor our fallen by living extraordinary lives in honor of their sacrifice. Their legacy lives on in every victory in our daily lives. Across generations of American veterans, branches of the military, American warriors stand together, backed by a nation committed to victory. Never forget our commitment to each other extends far beyond the battlefield. The standards that we set, the excellence that we demand, we continue to serve our great nation for the rest of our life. Our foundation is one of discipline, dedicated to bring out the best in one another. Once our time in uniform ends, our commitment extends for the rest of our life. Tomorrow's challenges will be difficult. Our military will be prepared, more lethal, and more determined than ever before. Our job is to take time and learn from the past and become more lethal. I look forward to standing with you in whatever battlefield awaits us. Keep your aim true, your tomahawk scoured, and your warrior spirit fierce. President Trump, we stand ready to answer our nation's call, always running towards the sound of the guns and annihilating our enemies. Here I am, send me.
Please welcome Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman, Troy Black, and the Senior Enlisted Leaders for the services.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Sergeant Major Troy Black, and I'm the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Thank you all for being here tonight. To all our military members, our families, our Medal of Honor recipients, family and friends, thank you. Thank you to our first responders, our law enforcement, our fire professionals, and especially our Gold Star families. On behalf of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, it is my privilege to welcome you all here to the Commander-in-Chief's Ball, honoring the inauguration of President Donald Trump, our 47th President, and we now call him our Commander-in-Chief. Since 1775, the military has been led by the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief is vested with the authority over all military operations and personnel. As outlined in the Constitution, this role is fulfilled by the President of the United States, and he is responsible for making critical decisions that affect the security and defense of our great nation. And for the last 250 years, the Commander-in-Chief has had the solemn duty to lead our military forces, ensuring they are always prepared to defend our homeland. Once again, President Trump shoulders a tremendous responsibility of guiding our military with strength, vision, and unwavering commitment to the values and freedoms that we hold dear. As a senior enlisted advisor to the chairman, it is now my distinct honor to introduce to you our service senior enlisted leaders. They carry on one of the highest honors in all of our military forces. They serve our great nation and they represent their service members, their service cultures, and are the standard bearers for all that is right in our military. Together as a shining example of our joint force, this group works to ensure that our United States Armed Forces, the absolute finest and most powerful military on the planet, that they have an enlisted corps that is empowered, well cared for, and above all else composed of the most lethal war fighters who are fully prepared to defeat our enemies and support our friends when called upon. First, let me introduce, on behalf of the Sergeant Major of the Army, Sergeant Major Mike Weimer, Sergeant Major Vern Daly. My Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Carlos Ruiz. The 16th Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy, James Honey. The 20th Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, David Pelosi. The 2nd Chief Master Sergeant of the Space Force, John Bentavania. The 7th Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, John Raines. I'm not going to say who, brother. And the 14th Master Chief Petty Officer of the Coast Guard, Heath Jones. In addition to developing our war fighters, this group appears before Congress to advocate on behalf of the total joint force and their services. They set the bar for the enlisted development and empower their NCOs with good order, discipline, and the mandatory adherence to standards. They build trust among our allied partners and their friends, and our senior enlisted advisors promote not just their independent strength, but also increase our mutual worth as a joint force. I want to take another moment to acknowledge the force behind our force, our military families. The force behind our force is to us the most important thing. Family is absolutely the bedrock of our military, much like our NCOs are the backbone of our services. It is said that non-commissioned officer and petty officer are important to us, but I will tell you right now, without our families, without our friends, without our extended family members, it is nothing to serve our nation because they are who we serve. On behalf of every service member, past, present, and future, we thank each military and family member for your priceless contributions to our nation's security. There is no class or book to teach you for what you do, but being a military family member is exceptional. As exceptional as our service, and you serve along beside us. Can you please join me in a round of applause for our military families? Ladies and gentlemen, the service senior enlisted advisors and their spouses and families and I are thrilled to join you all this evening in this momentous occasion. Thank you for all you do to support us and our nation. I'll now close up by asking you to join me in a few moments in the time-honored tradition of celebrating and welcoming our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump. And God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Is Trump coming out now? Let's see. Maybe? I think maybe Trump's coming out now. Hey, YouTube viewers, we have about 20 minutes left in this stream before I have to start a new one. Ooh. We are waiting to see Trump come out, but we are... Hey guys, so... Attention YouTube viewers. This stream only has 20 minutes left on YouTube before it ends because they have a 12-hour limit, and I kind of think maybe we should go to the next, we should maybe start a new YouTube stream now, because he might come out in 10 minutes and I don't want to interrupt him while he's speaking. Yeah. So if you hold on a second, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new stream on YouTube right now, and it'll automatically send you over there when we start, okay? So give me like 2 minutes. I'll let the music play and give me 2 minutes, and I'm going to set it up so that you're... For the YouTube folks, you're transported over to the new stream. If you're watching on one of our other platforms, on Twitch, on Facebook, on X, you can just sit there. You don't have to do anything. But for YouTube folks, I'm going to end the YouTube stream in a few minutes, but I'm going to program it in to just send you over to the new stream. So it's just YouTube. All right, so let me just put the sound back on. All right, I'm almost done creating the new event. I have created the new event. We're getting there. Okay. Here is what we are doing. We're going to keep the stream going. People who are watching on YouTube, I am starting a new YouTube stream. I posted the link in the chat. And also, if you're watching on YouTube, when this one ends, you will automatically be sent to the next stream. So if you're watching on Twitch, you're fine. Just hang out here. If you're watching on Facebook, you're fine. If you're watching on X, you're fine. If you're watching on YouTube, the stream's going to end now, but I'm starting a new one right away. Okay, YouTube viewers? So I already have the stream posted, the new one posted, and I'm about to start that up in a second. So YouTube viewers, for YouTube only, I am ending the YouTube stream right now, but come join me on the new stream. All right, let me end it now because I don't want to miss Trump coming out here. So, and the link is in the chat right now, but it's on Agenda Free TV. You should be transported there automatically. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream right now, just the YouTube stream, and I'll see you guys on the next stream, okay? Thanks to our mods, by the way, who are on YouTube and all of our other mods. All right, so I'm ending the YouTube stream right now. Join me, you YouTube viewers, join me in the new stream in a minute, okay? I'll see you in 1 minute, YouTubers. All right, I am ending the YouTube stream right now.